What up? What up? Welcome, everybody. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Chip Brown still out of town, but hey, we got it covered here. A lot of great guests this week. Shout out to Eric Henry for Monday and yesterday, but I got somebody that I've been following for a while. I'm sure y'all have heard him on these airwaves during this time with SEC Unfiltered, and now he's doing big things, continuing to do big things. He's the host of Inside the Huddle. He's an analyst for South Carolina and the voice of college football on the Voice of College Football Network, the great Lucas Hill. Lucas, what's happening, my dog?
There is no such thing as great in my name except when it comes to the Lord Almighty. But Zay, good to see you as well as always. Well, good to be back here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, man, it's been a minute. It's been a minute, but yeah, man, followed your stuff for a long time. I think you're one of the bright young minds in this business, and your future, it's only going to get better for you, my guy. So I appreciate you jumping on, filling in for my man, Chip Brown. And yeah, ready to rock and roll on this Wednesday and talk a lot of football, because everybody knows football never sleeps here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and never sleeps here on Chip and Zay. Like, subscribe, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Instagram. Get the app if you haven't got it yet. Tell your friends. Y'all know the deal. But yeah, Lucas and I will be talking about a lot of SEC today, a lot going on, a little bit of NFL. I know the ACC and the Big Ten got their media days kicked off this week, so some of those things tie into what's going on with the University of Texas. But yeah, very excited about today's show. Lucas, let me ask you this, because we're going to break down, you've put out a lot of different polls and rankings these last few weeks that we're definitely going to attack today. But with you covering South Carolina, talk about the Gamecocks this year, who come in with a lot of optimism, a lot of excitement under Shane Beamer, how they ended 2024. Left Gamecock fans very excited. Lenore Sellers, a.k.a. La Heisman, some folks are calling him. He's due for a really good year. The schedule's tough, like most SEC schedules, but a lot of people are high on South Carolina. Why are you high on South Carolina? And maybe why are you low on South Carolina also?
Yeah, Zay, first of all, when I took this gig, I talked to our guy, Chris Phillips at SEC Unfiltered, who used to cover all things South Carolina. He said, good luck with the fan base. It's been a trip, let me just tell you. The biggest thing that I've seen with South Carolina, I've seen this every year since 2022 in the 3 years I've been covering the SEC. You got to set your expectations when you're a South Carolina fan. Most fans don't want to hear that. But let's look at 22, for example. Expectations were low. You're coming off of a bowl game win. Everything's kind of looking up, but you're maybe another 6 or 7 win team. Bam, you end the season off. You beat Tennessee and you beat Clemson, and you end up playing in a January bowl game. Great stuff. 23, you fall flat on your face. Spencer Rattler has one of the best seasons we've ever seen from a Gamecock quarterback since Connor Shaw. And then, but the offense
lost Lucas a little bit, man. Again, that's it.
And then when you look at 24, what happened?
Again, you froze a bit. Okay. Rewind back to Spencer Rattler.
The bottom line is this.
Okay.
Expectations have been up and down a lot when it comes to South Carolina the last 3 years. My message to Gamecocks fans is be realistic with your expectations. This is not the same roster that you had last year. This is a brand new team. You got to replace a Bednarik Award winner. You got to replace 2 NFL star interior tackles. You got to replace the glue of your defense in Demetrius Knight. And you lost, in my opinion, was one of the best safeties in all of college football, in Nick Eamon-Warry. I will say, though, you got a lot through the portal. Not sexy names, but it's names that you can plug and play and can be productive at the end of the day. My biggest thing, I have them going 8-4 this year. Most people have called me out and they said, well, why aren't you having them as a 10-win team? Because I'm realistic with them. I don't see this team being a college football playoff team, but I do see them still being a January bowl game contender.
Yeah, 12-team playoff, 8-4 in the SEC. Even though for a lot of schools that's very good, but that's not going to get you in the college football playoff. And I think a lot of people are coming off of that high of 2024, and they saw what Lenore Sellers did, and they saw just – Shane Beamer, he has a certain vibe and aura about him that makes you believe. All I heard last week from a lot of different people who were in Atlanta for SEC Media Days was when Shane Beamer started to talk, you listened and you believed what he was saying. It wasn't just BS. Some of these coaches, you got Kurt Signetti at Indiana talking nonsense in the Big Ten. You got Rhett Lashley talking nonsense in the Big Ten for his school, SMU. And
I understand that too, because you want to elevate not just your conference, but also your team.
Right.
But history proves itself at the end of the day, Zay.
Absolutely. Now, what stands out about Shane Beamer to you? Again, as I just said, he just has a certain aura about him that makes you want to believe, makes you want to run through a wall. And yeah, he had that weird moment where, what did he do? Did he punch the fire extinguisher? What he did something crazy as hell. He kicked something. Am I mistaken? Am I getting him confused? I feel like he had.
I don't remember any of that being in the news with Beamer. I will have to do some research on that. But I will say this. Beamer has done a hell of a job when it comes to recruiting, not just in last year's class, but in the 26 class as well. They only have 13 commits. Zay, 9 of them are 4 stars and above. You have recruited really well, especially on the coast. You've done really well with keeping Carolina guys in Columbus, whether it be in South or North Carolina. You've been able to recruit both of those states really well. Hidden gems have been a key thing for South Carolina over the years. You look at guys that have come through Columbia. Ace Sanders wasn't highly ranked. Debo Samuel wasn't a highly rated quarterback or a receiver. You just see diamonds in the rough around that Carolina area that you're not going to get in anywhere else when you're recruiting in other places like the state of Louisiana, which, by the way, I covered the state championship last year. I can tell you a plethora of Division I guys that are there and many other diamonds in the rough that are there. But I look overall at what Beamer's done. Recruiting has been their lifeblood. And my message to Carolina fans has been this. If you want to get back to that Spurrier era level from 09 to 13, where you were consistently in contention for the East, where you won the East, and you had an opportunity to potentially play for a national championship, you got to recruit at a high level. You got to keep these diamonds in the rough in the Carolinas. You can't let these little 3 or 4 star guys go elsewhere in the SEC. So far, Beamer's done that last year, and he's done that this year, even with only 13 commits.
And you're competing with Clemson. You're competing with Dabo Swinney a ton. We know that game at the end of the year. I think it's one of the more underrated rivalries in all of college football. Obviously, Clemson and South Carolina not being in the same conference, that's just kind of a downer in a way, but also the fact that they still play that game and that a lot of people in that state, it means a ton to them, is a big deal. Here you go, Lucas. 2023, Shane Beamer breaks his foot. I knew this happened.
Okay.
Breaks his foot after the Florida game. Nobody knows what he kicked exactly, but he was so pissed off that he had to go John Jones and try to kick something. It backfired. He ended up breaking his foot. But as dumb as that was, which it was dumb as hell, that's just, I like that passion. I could respect that passion. Now, if Steve Sarkisian did anything like that, just because I think South Carolina and Texas are a lot different. South Carolina, I like it. Texas, I would hate it. I know that's a double standard in a way. Y'all can come attack me if you want. Hit up our Coda text line 512-222-9328 or hit up the comment section. But coach for South Carolina, you got to go above and beyond in a way to be relevant.
Yeah.
And
because you're not a blue blood right now. You're not at the level that Texas, Georgia, Alabama, LSU is in.
Absolutely.
You haven't been that way for 10 years.
Absolutely. So that's why, Shane Beamer, I believe I could definitely see them going 8-4. I could also see them going 9-3. Once we get in the double digit area, that's where it gets murky and I don't really see it. That's where I'm like, okay, like it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Like that schedule, it ain't nothing.
Hey, can I tell you the 4 losses where I have them right now?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Losing to LSU in Baton Rouge, losing in Oxford, losing in College Station, losing in Columbia. I do have them beating Bama at Willie B. I think that Alabama game is going to be a trap game. I think Bama's going to look ahead to where LSU is at home, knowing that could potentially be a play-in game for the SEC championship. Boom. I just don't see where Alabama's defense, as pissed off as they are, and they should be, Alabama's lone loss this year is going to be in Willie B at a night game in Columbia, South Carolina. I like where the mentality of that program is going to be. Do I think South Carolina, if they win against Alabama, do I think that things could change? Sure. But I also could see them having a downfall like what LSU had after the Ole Miss game.
Okay. I dig it. And that takes us to a nice little segue, because the fact that you think that South Carolina is going to beat Alabama is interesting, because let's get to your SEC standings and predictions for this upcoming year. You got Bama winning the SEC, even though you have them losing to South Carolina, which that's nothing too crazy. Like this conference, it gets hot. Like things could get spicy very quick. It's the SEC. You got to respect everyone. And any given Saturday, you could get got. So it's not too out of the way for you to make that prediction saying South Carolina is going to lose to Bama, but you still got Bama at number 1. You got Texas number 2, LSU 3, Georgia 4, Florida 5, Ole Miss 6, South Carolina 7, Tennessee 8, A&M 9, 10, Oklahoma 11, also interesting, Auburn 12, Vanderbilt 13, Arkansas 14, Mississippi State 15, and Kentucky at 16 on your rankings, brought to you by Lucas Hill. So go through this right here and tell me the whys, because I will ask you just from the outside looking in. That's what makes this show fun. Like we get to question one another and then give our opinions to why we think the way that we do. You having Bama at number 1, even though Ty Simpson isn't necessarily proven, that's very interesting. Why?
Well, I don't know how much of a listener you are to Crane and Company, but I've had Jake on my show a couple times, but I saw their conversation with Josh Pate the other day. Pate listed one of 3 teams that he thought, actually, I came up with this as well. He came up with one of 3 teams that has the best overall roster around a young quarterback. Ohio State, Texas, Alabama. Alabama, to me, has the most complete roster, in my opinion, in the SEC. They and Texas is very close, let me just tell you. But I think with what Bama brings back in this receiving core, think about what you have. You have arguably one of the best receivers returning in Ryan Williams, who just turned 18 in February. You went out into the portal. You got Isaiah Horton from Miami. You got Jeremy Bernard and Jalen Mbakwe coming back. Defensively, I think you have a complete roster around you. Deontay Lawson's going to be a first-round draft pick. Tim Keenan's a top 50 guy. I look at the biggest concern I only have is your secondary, which is still kind of young. You will have a couple 5-stars playing and a couple red shirts from last year's class and this year's class start playing this year. But I think overall, the biggest splash that I saw that Alabama made was getting back Ryan Grubb after losing him to the NFL from last year. Ryan Grubb is a quarterback's best dream. He has the opportunity to develop Ty Simpson into the quarterback that he can be. I see this potentially as a season where Bama had in 15, where it was Jake Coker leading the helm. Jake Coker was still an unproven quarterback, and yet all he did was to lead Alabama to a national championship, even though you had Derrick Henry in the backfield. Whenever Coker had to get called upon, he delivered at the end of the day. I see the same thing happening with Bama. You may not have a feature back, but you have a feature receiver. And in this new era of college football, I like where Alabama is headed in the right direction. Texas, they're going to win a big game at least once this year. It'll either be at Columbus or it'll be at Athens this year.
Damn, just once? At least once?
It's at least once. Because look, Zay, you got to look at what happened last year. You lost to Georgia twice, and then you lost to Ohio State in the semis. Your only two big wins that I say were in the college football playoff. Can you win one in the regular season? That's the number one thing that I want to see from Texas with Steve Sarkisian. Can you win the big one on the road, and can you prove yourself as a true blue blood and continue to improve here on out in the SEC? I have Texas number one in my power rankings, and I have Steve Sarkisian as the best head coach right now in the SEC because of where I see Texas potentially going. I'm very high on Texas this year because I like where this program is heading with recruiting, with what you're doing in the portal, and how you're building this roster around a quarterback like Arch Manning. We've heard the hype. We know the last name. We'll see what he does on the field. I just need to see it win a big game. They could potentially steal one for Bama, but I got to see him do it on the field as well in the SEC, by the way. The biggest team to me that I think can cause a bit of havoc is Florida. Look at where Florida plays. Florida plays Texas in Gainesville. They get Georgia in the cocktail party, and they get LSU on the road in Baton Rouge. Let's say Florida plays spoiler, wins one of those games. They finish 10-2 on the season. Do you think one of those three games, whether it be against Texas, whether it be against LSU, whether it be against Georgia, I'm going to ask you this, Zay, is it enough for them to get catapulted into the college football playoff? And let's say this, because what if Texas ends up going 11-1 this season? Boom, that one loss drops them to 10-2, and we end up having a four-way tie between Texas, LSU, Georgia, and Florida at 10-2. I'm causing havoc today, brother.
No, that's some havoc right there. That'd be a big cluster muck for real. Florida, I am hot and cold about because I'm taking in what everybody's saying, how they could be dangerous. I just saw Herb Streak on McAfee talking about Florida and how dangerous they could be, how good of a job that Billy Napier's done when it comes to recruiting and keeping guys in Gainesville. And obviously, DJ Lagway, he's the one that steals the show when you talk about the Gators. The dude was the number one quarterback coming out of the 2024 class, out of Willis, Texas. Him going to Gainesville, that's a big deal. The games that he won last year and the way that he just presented himself. You know, he looked like he's been there before.
Yes.
And had Eric Henry on these last 2 days, Horns 24/7, and he said just at SEC Media Days, DJ Lagway stood out on aura alone. Like, damn, man, this guy well beyond his years, confident, comfortable in his own skin. Like, it's just the injury issues that he's had throughout his young career. I think that's something to pay attention to. And also, Chip and I have talked about this, Lucas. I've talked about this on these airwaves multiple times. Go look at DJ Lagway's stats this past year. Besides that Tulane game in that bowl game that they had, I don't think in the games that he won, I don't think he had any completions over 15. So
I think that's the beauty of being in the offseason is that, Zay, you've probably known this from personal experience. When you work out in the summer, not only are you doing your workouts with your strength coach, You work with private quarterbacks and coaches that are willing to work with you and help elevate your game. DJ Lagway has done that. He's got one of the best quarterback coaches out there. Don't quote me on this. I think he's working out with Jordan Palmer. I could be wrong, though. But I do think DJ Lagway is going to find a way to improve this season. He's going to improve in his passing accuracy. He dipped his toes in the water last year and got some big boy playing experience. That's what you wanted to see. You look at games where he played against LSU, where he was so effective on his feet. I mean, it was incredible seeing what he was able to do, get outside the pocket and make plays, even if it was short little completions. Even if they were incompletion, you were able to keep drives alive using that opportunities that you get, even though you only had the football for just over 15 minutes against them.
Yeah, against LSU, he went 13 for 26, which at 226 yards, that's solid. What he did with his legs that game, he didn't have anything rushing, but we all know that.
But he's able to get outside the pocket. He doesn't have to get 50, 60 yards a game and prove himself to be, he needs to be the next Michael Vick. No, he doesn't need that. DJ Lagway just has to be DJ Lagway at the end of the day. That's the same conversations that we're saying about Garrett Nussmeier. That's the same conversations that we're having about Arch Manning and other quarterbacks around the SEC. Go ahead, Chip.
Facts. So what do you – on that October 4th game, when Texas strolls into Gainesville, that's going to be a huge game. I think there's some Texas fans that might be naive to how big of a game that's going to be and how big of a test that's going to be. Like that stadium in the swamp, when it gets hype, it gets hype.
Oh, yeah.
And if you've never been before, which I'm sure Steve Sarkisian has, but a lot of those guys that play for the University of Texas have not been there before. So all the preparation that you could have to get ready for that game, until you're in it, you have no idea what it's about. No. So how do you see that game playing out?
I do see Texas winning this one at the end of the day, but it will be close. I want to see what this Florida offensive line does in the trenches against a dangerous Texas front. I want to see how Colin Simmons performs against this Florida offensive line. You've got 3 top 100 offensive linemen on that roster, and I think 2 of them are on the All-SEC team this year, according to multiple magazines. I don't know what Phil Steele has them at, but I do see where Texas's game is going to prove where the biggest difference in that game, and maybe the entire season, is going to rely on that front 4. It's going to start with guys like Colin Simmons. My question, what are you going to do on the interior? I want to see what it's Flood that's still y'all's DC, or is it Kwiatkowski?
Kyle Flood's the offensive coordinator and offensive line coach. The DC is Pete Kwiatkowski.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But I want to see him bring Colin Simmons. They call it a TE stunt. Tackle shoots up hard up the field and shoots around and basically plays that defensive end. What that's going to do is cause that guard, oh, shit, I got that tackle going this way. That opens up the A-gap right in the middle. It's an easy free lane for Colin Simmons to come right up the middle and put a freaking shoulder pad in DJ Lagway's jaw. But you got to come up with different stunts like that. I think secondary-wise, they're going to disguise a lot of coverages against him because DJ Lagway's ability to read defenses has been really, really good. And what I've seen throughout spring and what I saw in the first part of the game against Georgia, he was doing really, really well just recognizing that and taking advantage of the opportunities that were in front of him at the end of the day. But I do think it's going to be a trench warfare. It may end up being a low-scoring game at the end of the day. This may end up being a Trey Wisner 100-yard game at the end of the day.
Yeah, Trevion Wisner, he's the only returning back in the SEC that went over 1,000 yards this past year. I got him as my Doak Walker Award winner, even though my man Rex has let me know that it'll be hard for him to get that just because the Longhorns, they got multiple backs back there that could get it done. And I feel like Steve Sarkisian understands that in order to win a national championship, guys need to be as fresh as possible. So if you can rotate guys as much as you can, so that's actually a thing, then I'm with that. But there are games like we saw with A&M last year when Texas went in to College Station where Contravian Wisner, he was ready to be that dude. He was ready to be that guy that took 30-something carries that night and had 200-something yards. Like that dude, he was dynamite. And I feel like there's going to be games like that, Lucas, where you just got to rely on your run game because that's what's cooking. And Arch Manning, low-key, will have the day off. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? And won't have to make big-time decisions and won't have that responsibility in his hands. And I've been saying as long as Arch has been named the starter, that's what is going to be best for him.
Yes.
Where he's not asked to do everything, where he doesn't have to put on that cape and become Superman because you have so much damn talent around him that it's going to make life easier for him. And Steve Sarkisian talked about that. He mentioned it SEC Media Days last week. I don't know who he was speaking to specifically, but he said, you know, I don't really understand the Jalen Hurts hate. And somebody had Jalen Hurts ranked, you know, number 9 at best quarterbacks in the National Football League. And they had Patrick Mahomes number 1. But the last Super Bowl champ at quarterback came from Jalen Hurts. Mm-hmm. So Arch Manning having that type of role where even though Jalen Hurts does a lot for Philadelphia, they still got Saquon. They still got one of the best right guards in the league. They still got 2 of the best wide receivers in Smith and A.J. Brown. That makes Jalen Hurts' life a lot easier. So hopefully guys like Jack Indries at tight end, guys like Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore at wide receiver, and obviously Contravian Wisner in the backfield could allow Arch Manning to not have all that pressure on them because we all know with that last name, everything that's came with Arch Mania, the pressure is going to be there regardless. Yes. It is there. And I think Arch is handling it like a grown-ass man, like you want him to handle it if you're a Texas fan, but also make his life easy. Yeah. And Steve Sarkisian and this coaching staff and the rest of this roster, it's up to them and what they bring each and every Saturday to make life easy for them.
Let me ask you a question. How many times are we going to see the option game, especially in the first half of the season with Arch?
I don't know. That's very interesting to say because I'm trying to think of Sark just during his whole coaching career. He's never been a running quarterback guy.
Yeah, he's never had a running quarterback. He's been with USC where you were throwing the freaking football like 30, 40 times a game. And you had Quinn Ewers the last 3 years who could throw the football really far. But now you've got a guy that is basically almost the entire package. Can run really well, can throw really well as well. My only, this is a little nitpicky with Arch. I want to see him get better with his touch throws, take a chance on 50-50 balls because we saw in games like ULM, little games that didn't really matter. Little mistakes like that are going to lead on later on into the season. Just little things like that, just little things that he can clean up pretty easily. So that's exactly what I want to see. Have y'all moved Cam Williams from tackle to guard?
Cam Williams is in the National Football League.
I thought Cam was back for another year.
Should have came back. If you asked me, I thought that he was very up and down this past year.
He was getting his ass whipped in the college football playoff. and people came at me and said, no, he wasn't. Go watch the film.
Yeah.
Go watch the strip sack. Look at who Jack Sawyer got the strip sack off of. Who did he go against?
Yeah. Which that's still a very questionable decision to me by Steve Sarkisian and that staff. At that time, because you had Kelvin Banks on the other side, but starting left tackle for this 2025 season, Trevor Gooseby, I thought was ready for that moment. I know that's a lot, going up against Ohio State, going up against Jack Sawyer and JT Tuimoloau, however the hell you say his name, all those guys that are now making Sunday money. That's a hard challenge. But Cam Williams, who was injured at the time and played hurt, I got to salute him for doing that. But still, he was a liability. So, and he also last year, Lucas, he was also very high when it came to false start penalties.
Yes.
And just making those ill-advised mistakes that set your team back. And now you're, instead of 3rd and 5, false start, now you're at what? 3rd and 10, 3rd and 15. Like, that's just, you never want to play from behind. And Cam Williams, he had his problems last year. I thought he should have came back, but weirdly enough, he got a lot of weird hype during certain points of the season before the college football playoff, where at that time, let's say October, maybe early November, what the mock drafts were saying, it made a lot of sense for Cam Williams to enter the draft. Some guys were saying
he's 6'5", 340 pounds.
Yeah, the measurements, like that doesn't lie. And he's actually lost weight too. Again, I'm going to give Cam Williams love because we're kind of bashing him a little bit here, which, hey, that's just the name of the game. That's what we're asked to do, to tell the truth to you folks out there.
I mean, these cats are getting paid now. It's not, I mean, they're in the NFL, bro.
Exactly. So, yeah, I'm not trying to have anybody with thin skin out here. It's a part of the game. But he actually dropped like 30 pounds. So he's around 315 now, playing in the league. But he just had his problems. So now they got Brandon Baker playing that right tackle spot, which they're very high on him. And that's a big what if for me with this Texas football team, Lucas, because you're replacing 4 guys on the offensive line coming from last year that offensive line was really experienced. And that offensive line in the games that Texas lost, both times to Georgia, then to Ohio State in that Cotton Bowl to go to the national championship, they had their troubles.
Yes.
But
red
overall,
zone wise,
especially red zone wise, exactly. But overall, Kelvin Banks, Hayden Connor, Jake Majors, even Cam Williams at times, they were solid. And now all 4 of those guys leave. You get back DJ Campbell, who is so athletic at that right guard position. I expect a huge breakout contract year for DJ Campbell.
He could end up being like what Mekhi Wingo was last year and the resurgence of his career when he went to Philadelphia.
Right. Yeah, I like that comp. Like DJ Campbell, he's super talented, man. They got Cole Hudson, who was splitting reps with DJ Campbell at right guard a lot last year, moving to that center spot. The left tackle, I wouldn't say it's up for grabs. We just haven't heard much from there. Like everybody
think that we're going to see DJ going from interior and moving a little bit to tackle, or is he going to stay in that center and guard position?
Excuse me, I meant left guard. Left guard is what is a question mark a little bit. DJ Campbell's going to stay at right guard.
Okay.
He's going to stay at right guard. At left guard, they got Neto Umanzulu, who I don't know. We haven't heard much about it. It's just kind of expected for him to take over that spot in place of Hayden Connor that did a hell of a job these last few years, and then Trevor Gooseby at that left tackle. So that's a lot. That's a lot of change. That's a lot of communication that needs to really pick up. And Kyle Flood, this is probably a situation that he hasn't been in throughout his tenure as the offensive line coach here at Texas, dealing with 4 new guys and getting them acclimated to what Steve Sarkisian needs from them and what Arch Manning needs from them, because you can't have Arch Manning getting lit up all the time.
Yes.
That's not going to work. As athletic as he is, with his ability to probably get out of the pocket and make guys miss, to buy himself more time to make those throws down the field, you want to limit that as much as possible. So even though I'm very high on this offensive line, a part of me is still like they have a lot to prove. You got 9, 8.5, let's say, new guys on this offense, and it's going to take some time for those guys to get comfortable with one another. But we all know when you play a defending national champ, no matter how many guys they lost in Columbus, they could care less. They still got 4 or 5-star players too. They're going to be getting after that offensive line. Yes. And they're going to get tested day 1, August 30th, in the biggest game of week 1 at the Shoe. And I think that's the way Steve Sarkisian wants it. He wants to see what his guys are made of that early instead of running from the smoke like a lot of these other Power 4 teams do week 1.
I think what's so cool about Ohio State's offensive line is that when you look at 3 guys that I'm been kind of looking at as potential draft picks at the end of the day, I think most of the people knew about Luke Montgomery and Austin Serafeld. Both guys, in my opinion, they're going to be leading what could be a much improved Ohio State offensive line. I'm not saying that they were bad last year, but when you look at the games, especially in the latter half of the regular season, that offensive line got knocked around a little bit. They got pushed around by Penn State. They got pushed around by Michigan. In the first half, you expect them to dominate against Indiana. Indiana started holding their own. My biggest thing when it comes to what this Ohio State offensive line has is that when they got pissed off in the college football playoff and rode that momentum, they rode on the offensive line. The biggest thing that you have to rely on at the end of the day is what you have in the trenches. This is still a fairly young offensive line in Ohio State. They lost a lot from last year. A lot of transfers that went out, a lot of draft picks. But I think at the end of the day, when you look at where Ohio State is going to be, this is still going to be, I've already said it, this is one of the 3 best teams with a young quarterback. My most important thing that I'm looking forward to, other than the offensive line, is the DB wide receiver matchup with Malik Muhammad, with Michael Taft, going up against Jeremiah Smith, going up against Carnell Tate. My biggest thing for Texas is put pressure on Julian Sayin early and often.
Absolutely. And that's the same thing, like you just said, like with all those guys that they lost on the offensive line, and it's still Ohio State, it's still Texas. So those guys that have been waiting, they're super talented too. But Julian Sayin, I think, and like, it's weird to say because there should be a ton of pressure on him for obvious reasons. Like Will Howard, say what you want about him. That dude's a national champ. That dude came in from Kansas State, and in 1 year, with Chip Kelly being the offensive coordinator, I think that's a big deal too. Yes. Chip Kelly moving on to the National Football League, or back to the National Football League under Pete Carroll in Vegas. Now they got Brian Hartline, who is well-respected in college football, especially with his time as a wide receiver coach for the Buckeyes. How is Julian Sayin going to look? Because you're right, they got to attack him, whether it's Ant Hill, Ethan Burke, Colin Simmons, that very new interior defensive line for Texas. Who are we gonna see there? You've heard a lot of good things about Murad Watson. You've heard a lot of things about Cole Brevard coming in from Purdue, but Kenny Baker, defensive line coach, who's done a hell of a job since he's been here for Bo Davis. How is he going to get those guys prepared to attack Julian Sand? Because that's your best bet. Like, if we're just talking about one-on-one matchups, Jeremiah Smith versus Manny Muhammad, I don't like that matchup. Nothing against Manny Muhammad, but we're talking about maybe the best player in all of college football in Jeremiah Smith.
You can't play flat-footed against him.
Hell no. Absolutely not. And Pete Kwiatkowski, his game plan for Jeremiah Smith in the Cotton Bowl last year was immaculate. Like, Pete Kwiatkowski, even though he had that horrible call on the 75-yard screen pass play that ended the half last year in that Cotton Bowl game, Pete Kwiatkowski's good. He knows what the hell he's doing. His coverage on Jeremiah Smith last year, where he brought over Andrew Makuba to give extra eyes and just an extra look to Jeremiah Smith, that bracket type coverage. I think we're going to see a different form of that in this game too. Carnell Tate, can he step up and be that Emeka Mbuka type of player that he was? Because Mbuka was amazing for Ohio State. Like, there's a reason why he's the all-time leader in certain statistics in Columbus, which is saying a lot, Lucas, because they've had some guys come through that university that have been dogs at the wide receiver position. So I think not having him, that is going to be a step back. Just like Texas, not having Matthew Golden is going to be a step back. And even though we expect DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo and Emmett Mosley V transfer out of Stanford to step their game up, losing Matthew Golden, that's going to hurt a little bit until it doesn't. Kind of like the previous year when you lost Xavier Worthy and you needed guys to step up, and that happened too. So this game, man, we're 39, 38 days away. Like, this game, just talking about it now, it excites the hell out of me. Like, I can't wait. Like, I love that Texas is getting this type of challenge early on, and it takes us to another segue, because Big Ten Media Days is this week. And these coaches in the Big Ten, I get it. You have to show love to your conference. Like, each conference is fighting for their lives in some sort of fashion, especially when talking about the college football playoff, how much power you have with that, and what will benefit your university and conference more. So what these Big Ten coaches are doing, like Rhett Lashley at SMU, like Kirk Cignetti at Indiana, they're bashing the SEC. They keep talking about the 8-team schedule and the cupcake games that the SEC has to play and stuff like that, and saying that, we don't do that over here. So the committee needs to understand that. And the SEC has way too much power in the minds of some of these Big Ten guys, which I think that power, a lot of it is deserved. But Rhett Lashley went on to say, it's just top heavy out here. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit. He said it's just top heavy. Since 1964, there have only been 6 winners. And I think one of those years, Kentucky was tied with somebody and won it all. So he wasn't talking about Kentucky, but he was talking about Auburn, LSU, Alabama, gosh dang it.
Georgia.
Who
Tennessee.
else? Tennessee. And I'm missing the team here.
Florida.
Yes, appreciate you. He talked about all those teams, and he was like, those teams have won it since 64, but no one else has. The league is top heavy. Everybody needs to shut the hell up about it overall being the toughest league. I think the Big Ten's the toughest league. When you hear things like that, Lucas, with your time covering the SEC, what comes to your mind when you hear Coach Cignetti and Rhett Lashley saying things like that?
I think go look at the freaking history book. Go look at the amount of championships that the SEC has captured since 64. Don't give me crap about top heavy. I don't care if it's top heavy at all. The top heavy conference can beat Ohio State's ass just about every year. just before the portal. If you're talking about top heavy from the portal and NIL onwards, sure, that makes it more of a competitive slate. But if you're talking 21 prior, go look at your history, dude. That's really the biggest thing that you have to consider when it comes to this. Revenue is much higher in the SEC because you're getting featured on not just ESPN, you're getting featured on ABC. You're getting featured on, sometimes you're getting featured on Fox. Sometimes you're getting featured on NBC. You're getting featured on every single freaking network that's on TV. And the money is pouring in. So it ain't just top heavy on the field. It's in the financial side of things. It's in the school attendance side of things. It's in overall fan side of things. So there's not just top heavy on the field. If you really look at what is going to matter at the end of the day when it comes to the financial and academic side of things, when it comes to students who want to attend those specific schools, they're going to go to an SEC school because they know it ain't just, it's about the culture and it's about the legacy there. The Big Ten nor the ACC or the Big 12 has that. The SEC has owned college football since the start of the century. It's going to continue to do so over the next several years. If you want to talk about top heavy, go schedule a team that's in the top 10 and play that on a regular basis. LSU does it. Texas is doing it. Oklahoma's doing it. South Carolina is doing it. 3 of the 5 SEC programs, South Carolina, Oklahoma, and I think Mississippi State, has the hardest schedules in college football. Where the hell is your Big Ten and your ACC teams at? So don't give me crap about that.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I know I might have gone off the rails when it comes to financial and attendance-wise, but that all comes into play as well.
You're right. You're right. No, like people watch the SEC. And I think you could say the same thing, even more so for the Big Ten. Besides Ohio State and Michigan, what are we talking about here? You know what I'm saying? Like those Joe Paterno days, which we know those Joe Paterno things, it gets a little murky when, you know, all the Sandusky shit and stuff. We don't want to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Let's not bring up that.
Y'all been having that hang above your head since the start of the century as well. So don't get me started. Yeah. The SEC doesn't even have really much of that controversy except for paying.
Right, right. So besides Ohio State and Michigan, like Oregon helps. Oregon helps a ton. I think what Dan Lanning's doing, obviously that Phil Knight, Nike money, that's going somewhere, and you're seeing a better product from those guys in Eugene. I think Penn State, James Franklin, he's right on the cusp. He's right on the cusp. I think Penn State can win the Big Ten this year. Yes. But besides those 4 teams, everybody else, and, you know, SMU being in the ACC. So Red Lashley was speaking about the ACC there. But all of these other schools in the Big Ten Conference, to what Coach 420 is saying, like they would get dog walked by a lot of these SEC teams. Yes. They would never want to go to Oxford and play Ole Miss in their house, or go to Columbia.
The only ones that have the balls to do it is Tulane. They're in the G6. They play Ole Miss on a regular basis. They play many P4 teams on a pretty regular basis to help them in their G6 because they're in a competition with them in Memphis now, who just bid $200 million to go into the Big 12.
Yeah, and the Big 12 said, hell no, we ain't doing that, which is pretty crazy. If you're getting turned down by the Big 12, and Memphis, they're one of those interesting schools to where, like, I could see them being a Power 4 school somewhere down the line. They're like one of the top G5, G6 schools that you're going to find. But basketball, I think, really pushes the needle for them. And overall, football needs to push the needle for you if you're going to make moves like going to the Big 12. And for Memphis, that just doesn't make sense right now.
It was just a bad decision for them to even propose this bid. Focus on being the best G6 school in the country. don't automatically put in a $200 million bid to go join the Big 12 just because you saw what UCF and, God, I don't know who else came from the G5 to go to the Big 12, but focus on that. That means to be your primary focus at this point. Don't focus on anything else. Just be the best G6 program that you can be. Eventually, you're going to receive an invite to go be a P4 squad, like you said already, Zay.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to my man Rodney. He said, yo, Lucas, one of my favorite parts of the SEC Unfiltered. And if you want to keep following Lucas and his work, go check him out. South Carolina on the Voice of the College Football Network. He'll be talking.
By the way, we cover an SEC ball too. It ain't just South Carolina.
There we go. There we go. He's also the host of Inside the Huddle. So definitely go check that out for Lucas there if you want to follow him still. But let me ask you this, Lucas, because let's go back to your preseason rankings for the SEC. We already talked about Alabama 1. You got Texas 2. Let's go all the way down to where you got the rivals for the Longhorns. You got A&M 9. You got Oklahoma 11. And it did not pull up. Let me pull this up again. But A&M 9, Oklahoma 11. Talk about what went into making that a thing. What went into the process of you making that decision?
A&M has to get rid of that stench that Jimbo Fisher left in College Station. The problem so far with what I have with A&M is that Marcel Reed also has to get that label off that he is just more than a running back at the quarterback position. I got to see more improvement from Marcel Reed. I saw him make way too many mistakes following that LSU game. And when I look at games where he was physically dominated up front against South Carolina, where in the second half against USC, you were owned at the line of scrimmage. That's the number one thing that it's going to start with as well. If Marcel Reed is going to be a productive quarterback and really be a balanced quarterback as well, he put up great stats. But when you look at overall at what he did after that LSU game, it was a rough stretch for him. And it was a rough patch for Texas A&M to go through, which is kind of saying that the same old thing has been for Texas A&M since Johnny Manziel left in 2013. You have these hot starts to the season, and in the second half you crash. It still reigns supreme in there. And we'll see what happens in year 2 of Elko. I have A&M losing in South Bend against Notre Dame. I don't see them getting past Florida. I see them losing in Baton Rouge, and I see them losing in Austin. They'll get to 8 wins this year. But it's just another daunting task for A&M because we've seen A&M ranked in the top 20 way too many times over the last 15 years. And we've seen them be as hyped as can be as this next big recruiting, the great recruiting trails that they've had, all the money that they're spending. The problem is they haven't been able to develop. Defensively, you have to replace 1, 2, 3 draft picks. 2 should have been first rounders. Nick Scourton, I still believe, should have been a first round draft pick. Your back 7 still has a lot that they need to work on. Defensive, I trust Mike Elko at the end of the day, but I just don't see them winning big games on the road that'll matter against LSU, against Notre Dame. Florida's a wild card in my opinion, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to keep up with Texas at the end of the day. Oklahoma is going to make improvements this year. I love what they did, getting Ben Arbuckle to come to Norman, knowing that Brent Venables is going to take over for the defense. It's expectations for the defense are going to remain the same because they were still a very good defense last year. Zach Alley, in my opinion, was one of the most underrated and underappreciated defensive coordinators in college football. Alley's a former ULM guy. But I do see South Carolina or is Oklahoma. They're going to start hot. They're going to beat Michigan. They're going to beat Auburn. They're going to be 5-0 at the end of the year. After that Texas game, it's going to just go downhill from there. I don't see them getting past Texas and Dallas. I see them losing again to South Carolina. Knoxville, I don't see them getting out of. Tuscaloosa, I don't see them getting out of, and I don't know what's going to happen with LSU and then when they come to Norman, Oklahoma. But I think it's all going to come down to what happens. Can you improve on the offensive line, which was a liability for you last year? Third down wise, you were horrible there. So can a healthy Jaden Ott, can a healthy John Mateer lead you at the end of the day to an improved offense? That's the number one thing that I want to look at when it comes to Oklahoma as a whole. I know their defense is going to be just fine. I understand that you lost a lot of studs especially in that back seven. But I think overall you'll still be fine. I think you got moving pieces in the portal. I think you're going to be continuing to develop at the end of the day. I talked with Parker Toon earlier in February about this team. He says the offensive line is still going to be a liability at the end of the day, but you see the moving pieces that they've gotten through the portal, and I think that they'll be just fine right up there. They're going to be much better than where they were last year on third down.
Yeah, John Mateer, man, a lot's riding on him. I know a lot of people are very high on him for what he did at Washington State. Like you said, Ben Arbuckle, also coming from Washington State as the offensive coordinator, that couldn't be more beneficial for John Mateer. You have that comfort and just being familiar with your coach that knows you inside and out. And if you're John Mateer, you know him inside and out. So those plays that were in your wheelhouse these last few years, you could get to those plays easy when things might be going crazy, especially in this SEC schedule. But when you lose Danny Stutzman, as much as I hated on Danny Stutzman, you got to admit the dude's a hell of a player. When you lose Billy Bowman, how is that going to look for Brent Venables and this defense? Because Brent Venables, this is I think, make or break season for him.
The problem is they're not going to fire him because his buyout is ridiculous now because he signed that extension last year.
That's right. He did sign an extension.
Because I think he got, a $30 million extension?
I don't know the numbers.
But his buyout last year, if they were to have fired him last year, it'd have been over $40 million. I think it's going to decrease over the next couple of years. By, I think, 28 or 29 is when it's going to finally get under 20 million. But don't quote me on that. I'll take a look. But I think overall
right now. So it says, as you said, you were right. His buyout decreases each year after the 2025 season. It drops to $34.9 million. After 2026, it drops to $26.2 million. After 2027, it drops all the way to $17.4 million. So that's a little better. And then in 2028 at $8.5 million.
And the problem is, too, that contract runs through 29.
Yeah, so, 2029, there's no buyout there because that's when the contract ends. Correct.
And I think you're still paying Lincoln Riley's buyout, I believe, because once he took that job, didn't he have a buyout, or is that him that had to pay the buyout?
I don't know. That's a good question. But, yes, Oklahoma, who just lost their athletic director, that's going to be some interesting decisions. As Oklahoma goes 7-5, do you just eat that 44 mil, or excuse me, do you just eat that 34 mil?
That's a hard bullet to bite.
That's a hard bullet to bite. But okay, let's throw out this scenario here, Lucas. You go 7-5. You get rolled by Texas. Rolled. I'm talking about 30 ball here. And then who else do they got on the schedule? Yeah, and then you lose.
South Carolina, Tennessee in Knoxville, LSU in Norman.
Yeah, you lose.
And that's not to mention Michigan, who comes to Norman.
Right. Oh, they could easily be 7-5. I think I think those boosters, they will do whatever they can, round that money up, and find a way to get Venables out of there. Which, if you're Brent Venables, hey, $34 million to get fired. There's been worse layoffs in the history of life.
Like what Ed Orgeron once said, once he found out what the buyout was, where's the door?
Yeah. That's my man, Ed O, dog. That's my dude. Is he? I know he's in Baton Rouge. You ever see him? Is he around?
Crazy as it sounds, I saw him at the state championships back in December, and we were talking about a guy from Carr. And by the way, prayers and thoughts go out to Corey Adams, his family and company. Corey was a guy I got to cover whenever he was in the state championship. That kid had an amazing career ahead of him. He was a star in the making. But one of the guys who Orgeron was looking at, I don't know how familiar you are with Teron Francis, who's now at LSU. Once they called him man-child in high school. Once he scored in the state title, all you hear is Ed saying, man-child, man-child. Hey, good baby. Good shit. It was. But that's classic Ed Orgeron for you. That's just one of those guys who knows how to talk to the young kids at the end of the day. That's the type of guy that you wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. He does a lot off the field, which is probably what ended up leading to, his departure. But hey, he had one of the greatest teams in college football history. You got to give him his love right there. We got Lucas Hill on, filling in for my man Shep Brown. Lucas doing a hell of a job. He's the host of the Inside the Huddle. He's an analyst talking South Carolina football on the Voice of College Football Network, where he doesn't just talk South Carolina, y'all. He's talking all things SEC, all things college football. Check him out there. But let's hit a couple of mentions before we get into some more football talk here on Chip and Zay on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Like Covert BK, family owned and operated. Covert BK does a hell of a job of just hooking folks up with a new or pre-owned vehicle all around Central Texas. If you don't want to take my word for how cool Covert BK is, listen to these fine folks at Covert BK.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And appreciate all of our sponsors. Y'all see them on the screen for allowing us to do what we do. Leaf Landscape Supply, Cover 3, OLIPOP, McCall Custom Homes, Woods AC and Comfort Systems, 34 Wine and Spirits, Syntex Tickets, my man Tom McKay at Audio Visual Consultations, Sleep Cycle Centers, Covert BK, and Altstadt Brewery. All right, Lucas. So Texas on the Longhorn Network app, which I'm sure you're familiar with Longhorn Network, what used to be ESPN specific Longhorn channel. Since Longhorns went to the SEC, that channel no longer exists, but a lot of people who were working for the Longhorn Network at the time still work for Longhorn Network, and it is now an app. And Texas is going to start a documentary series, kind of like Hard Knocks, called Tough All Day. So I'm excited to see that, go behind the scenes of this Texas football team and see those guys working and grinding during the offseason. I've always been a Hard Knocks fan. I think Hard Knocks is awesome. I've always been a fan of the in-season Hard Knocks and the preseason one. Like, it's always sad to see guys get cut. Like, obviously, that's the nature of the game when you're watching the NFL version of Hard Knocks, and, you're not going to see that in the college version, but they're just something that with Hard Knocks and these documentary series that gets you geared up for the football season. So I recommend everyone, even if you're not a Texas fan, to go download the LHN app and go check out that Tough All Day series when it comes out. And also download the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. But I'm sure a lot of you guys have done that already. And if you haven't, get out from under that rock and do so right damn now. But let me ask you, Lucas, are you a fan of those Hard Knocks series? Do you like seeing the behind the scenes action of, some of these teams when they kind of mirror what Hard Knocks does and, put that in their own way and own version to let just normal viewers and also big time football fans check out?
I think it's funny because I've kind of been in that boat too. It's just kind of seeing the full aspect of it. I was a former walk-on at Southeastern, and then I didn't really make it a whole lot. But getting an opportunity to see what it's like in a big-time school, just like think about the amount of documentaries that college sports is now putting out. Obviously, with the Untold series, that's what they are. The Untold series with the Tebow series, the Manti-Te'o series. Just series like that, the Any Given Saturday series, and now obviously Texas's series. I think it's so cool. I think the SEC network's done a couple of those, but they haven't gone that far behind the scenes. So I think it's always real cool for the average fan to look at what goes on inside a college program. And I think it's just one of those things where it's an opportunity to learn something new about what it's like when it comes to preparation for fall camp, what summer is like sometimes, how we're in the hands of the strength coach now during the summer, where everybody realizes that the head coach is not always in the picture. It's always your position coach that is going to be your primary guy at the end of the day that you're going to talk to. So I think it's a really cool opportunity for fans to get to watch a little bit of that.
Yeah, I still need to check out the SEC one on Netflix, Any Given Saturday.
That'll be out in a couple weeks.
Oh, it's not out yet?
Yeah, it's coming out August 5th.
Okay, all right. Man, the way that Chip was describing it, maybe he just saw like a behind the scenes look or trailer or something, but I thought it was already. Because I heard that they painted the picture with LSU kind of weird. Like it was odd. I think Blake Baker, defensive coordinator, was like having the guys remember like the plants or the birds in the state or just something real quirky like that I'm sure a lot of these student athletes could care less about. But it was obviously letting those guys know the culture of Louisiana, which, hey, if that works for LSU, cool. It could work for Texas. I don't know. Each coach has their own way about doing things to help bring some type of chemistry off the field, on the field. But that takes me to this question, Lucas, because, again, you're in Baton Rouge. So you, even though you cover South Carolina and also other SEC teams, you see LSU in a different light. And a lot of what LSU has going on reflects on Brian Kelly. And last week, SEC Media Days, Brian Kelly, he's a different guy. Coming in from Notre Dame, where Notre Dame, how suit and tie they are. Like that tie is tight at Notre Dame. You know what I'm saying? With its religious background and stuff. And Brian Kelly left because of the limitations that Notre Dame gave him, opposed to what LSU could bring to the table.
Right.
But I see Brian Kelly as a guy that could be not as authentic as maybe some of these other coaches are in college football. That started with his weird, hokey Southern accent that he put on when he first touched down in Baton Rouge. He doesn't do that anymore, thank goodness. And, the whole recruiting pitches where you see him dancing with the recruits coming in and, he's trying to get his boogie on. And it's just as cringe could be, like seeing this old ass white dude trying to be hip. But let's give credit to where credit's due. He has had a Heisman Trophy winner in Jaden Daniels. He's had some 10-win seasons during this time at LSU. And everybody's looking at LSU here in 2025 as that, I wouldn't say sleeper team, but a breakout team that can really make some noise, led by Garrett Nussmeier, who's also getting a lot of hype coming into this season. Is that fair to say for the Tigers this year, Lucas? Is it fair to say that LSU deserves all of this preseason love that they're getting? Or do you think that's just a little bit, is that a little bit too much?
Well, I'll say this. Steve Spurrier called it talking season for a reason. And I think it speaks well today. We'll see how it is on the field at the end of the day. When it comes to LSU, one of the things that I have noticed is that you haven't really been able to win a big game. You had the win against Alabama in 22. You won the SEC West that year, but you haven't had a big win other than that on the road. You could say Ole Miss was a big win for back-to-back years. That really, other than that, you could make an argument and say LSU has not met expectations the last 2 years. You wasted a Heisman Trophy year with Jaden Daniels in 23. 24, you had a young quarterback. You had a good, pretty decent receiving core. You were a dark horse to win the SEC. You were expected to compete for the 12-team playoff. Well, you fell short of that. At the end of the day, when I look at LSU, I look at, can you produce on the offensive line? That's going to be one of the biggest things that people need to look out for, because with LSU, offensive line-wise, you were underwhelmed last year. You're going to lose 2 first-round guys, in my opinion. The interior got better. Josh Thompson is a very, very shifty offensive lineman. Tackle-wise, we'll see what happens. But that opening game against Clemson is going to tell me all I need to know about what to expect from LSU this year. We're going to see what the true ceiling is following this year. You did well in the portal. You've done well in recruiting. What can you do now that you have all these pieces around you? This is the best roster that Brian Kelly has had at LSU. Can you produce on the field? Drop that opening game to Clemson. Let's see how bad the fan base is going to be up in arms calling for your head. Then you go to Oxford. Florida's coming to Baton Rouge. South Carolina could be a trap game. It could potentially be a trap game.
You're calling that a trap game?
Because you got Texas A&M. You never know. Hey, it's in Nashville. Anything can happen. We've seen crazier things. Tuscaloosa, got to go there. And then you play Oklahoma and Norman. One of two things can happen. I have them going 10-2, Zay. So I do think that they'll drop that opening game. They'll beat Bama. But I also think that their floor could potentially be a 7-5 season where you lose to Clemson, you lose in Oxford, you lose in Baton Rouge to Florida. Do I think it's going to happen? Probably not, but let's think hypothetically. You end up losing to Bama, losing to Oklahoma, and I think that's what, 4 losses I just listed, or 5? That's 5. So you could end up being a 7-5 squad at the end of the day if, in my opinion, what the secondary looks like, because it's still young. Everybody's high on DJ Pickett, but there's still a lot of question marks. I've heard one of my buddies told me that Brian Kelly's going to get fired after this year. Yeah, we'll see what happens if they can afford a $57 million buyout, which is ridiculous. Ooh. So when it comes to LSU, I think expectations deserve to be high based on what you did in the offseason. But history has repeated itself. If I'm an LSU fan, I'm putting realistic expectations in front of us. set a goal. 10-2 is very doable with the schedule that you have, which favors you at the end of the day, even though it may be a little tough. That opening game is going to determine what happens at the end of the day, in my opinion. Say either that basically shows you all the flaws that you have right now. It gives you time to clean up for the next 2 games, or it's going to break this team, and then you're going to see the same little mistakes hinder them like it has been the last 2 years with BK at the helm.
Yeah, I think those big week 1 matchups, Texas, Ohio State, LSU, Clemson, the loser of those 2 games is still going to be in good position to win to go to the college football playoff and still make some noise. I think all 4 of those coaches are good enough to rally their troops and get back to winning football. But you're right, that will, especially with their track record, I think they've lost 5 straight opening games.
They have not won an opening game since 2019.
Damn. Yeah, Joe Burrow ain't walking through that door anytime soon either. So, yeah, I got to wait and see. I am not fully sold on LSU. I know they spent a lot of money in the transfer portal. They've done a good job of picking guys that fit what Brian Kelly wants to do. But, hey, still got to see. We still got to see the proof is in the pudding there. Let's get to your top quarterbacks that you've ranked in the SEC. Because speaking of LSU, you got Garrett Nussmeier, I want to say, at number 1. If I could pull up this damn rankings, there it is. So you got Garrett Nussmeier as the number 1 quarterback in the Southeastern Conference, followed by Lenore Sellers at 2, DJ Lagway at 3, John Mateer at 4, Arch Manning 5, Diego Pavia 6, Marcel Reed 7, Taylon Green 8, Joey Aguilar 9, Blake Shapen 10, and we're just going to stop there. Talk about this list a little bit, because I'm sure Texas fans are probably wondering, Lucas, what the hell? Arch Manning, number 5. You got Mateer, Lagway, Sellers, Nussmeier over him, which I'm not mad at. I'm not mad at all. Arch, you play against ULM, Mississippi State, UTSA. You haven't done much.
No.
So that hype stuff, it's cool and all, and I still expect Arch Manning to be good, but you put him here at 5, where a lot of people, national media, have him at 1 and 2.
Yes.
I'm not mad at it at all. Nussmeier being 1, not mad at it. Sellers being 2, not mad at it at all. The John Mateer one, I'm kind of like interesting, but also when you look at the rest of the list, Lucas, why not John Mateer at 4? I think Gunnar Stockton at 14. I think that screams a lot on this list, because when you think about Georgia, you think about just how Kirby Smart has been with his players and how good they are each and every season. So for Gunnar Stockton to be at 14, that's a little alarming. But talk about this list, what went into it, and why'd you make it the way that you did?
So the reason I have Gunnar Stockton so low is this is going to be the first year, in my opinion, that we have seen in the Kirby Smart era where I have a quarterback that I don't feel very confident in. I have Gunnar Stockton that low because he hasn't really shown me much. We still haven't had a lot of film on him. He came in during the SEC championship game, led a drive down the field. Kid's a tough kid. I'll give him that.
It's tough.
But when you play in just, 2 games all year, I don't have enough to evaluate you. And in the 2 games that I've seen, I can't be very high on you. So that's the biggest thing when it comes to Gunnar. I'm sure that he'll take a step forward. But again, it's a Mike Bobo offense that has been outdated for the last 10 to 15 years. And in my opinion, Kirby should have fired him after last year and the offensive woes that they had throughout the year. You just got to find some consistency at the quarterback position. The number one thing that I think people aren't really talking about is Blake Shapen at 10. Blake Shapen could very well put himself in a position where he could jump over Joey, Talon, Marcel, and Diego, put himself in that top 6 position as well. If he can stay healthy, I really like Jeff Lebby's offense. Even if Mississippi State finishes 3-9 or 4-8 on the season, I'm not worried about that. When we're talking about solely on quarterbacks, Zay, Blake Shapen has the arm talent. We saw it in a bad offensive system at Georgia or at Baylor. We saw it through the first 3 games with Mississippi State. We saw what this passing attack can do. He's got weapons around him. He may have lost a guy like Kevin Coleman to Missouri, but I do think of what he's done the last couple years. I think he can really develop himself into a top 6 level quarterback. The reason why I have Arch Manning at 5, and for all of the national media and for Texas fans, I got to have more film on him, Rob. How many? Rob, I got to have more. I got to have more, dude. I mean, Zay's over here laughing at this, but I mean, he knows it too. I don't have a whole lot on Arch. I've seen the flaws. I've seen him against ULM. I saw him against Mississippi State. He's got 3 starts under his belt, and we've seen him only in special packages where Sark put him in. I think at the end of the day, with what he's going to bring to the table, I do think that Arch is still going to be a top 5 quarterback at the end of the day. But right now, I need more film on him. I got to have more opportunities that he gets under center to potentially get himself to improve on last season. Like I mentioned, touch passes have to improve. Deep ball has to improve. Recognizing coverages and recognizing holes in the middle of the defense so he can take off has to improve. He's going to get there at the end of the day. Talon Green, can I get consistency from him? That's the biggest thing. And Zach Calzada at 16. I've heard people say that he's improving as a quarterback, but this is Zach Calzada, who hasn't been in the SEC since 2021. And even, I watched him whenever he was at UIW last year. He was very freaky. He was an athletic freak at UIW with a great offense. But translating that into a bad offensive system at Kentucky this year is going to determine whether it was the quarterback play from last year or if it was a Bush Hamden issue, which I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and say that it was bad QB play. But if this is another bad season from another pretty decent quarterback, this is all on Bush Hamden at the end of the day for Kentucky.
Yeah, I think Mark Stoops might be dead man walking this season, of how bad they were last year. And, Mark Stoops, he's been given a lot of grace. I mean, we all know when it comes to the Wildcats, it's a basketball school. But when you're in such a big football conference like the SEC, there's still a lot of people in Lexington that are expecting you to be a lot more relevant than you were this past year. And Zach Calzada, he'll have a lot on his plate. And I also think their backup is pretty good. Like, I think that Kentucky battle for QB1 is very interesting because last year they had their backup come into the Texas game, and he wasn't bad.
No, not at all.
He was throwing passes. What's my man's name? Cutter
He
Bowl.
was the running quarterback, wasn't he?
I don't think so. Cutter Bowley is his name. But I remember him, like, he threw a pass on Thorpe Award winner John A. Barron's side, and I was like, yo, John A. Barron doesn't get beat very often. And I don't think John A. Barron was necessarily beat in this instance. It was just sometimes when you place the perfect ball on a wide receiver, no matter how good the defense is by the corner, hey, great defense, better offense. It was one of those situations. So I don't even know if Zach Calzada, if it's his job for sure. But, yeah, to what Rob is saying about Arch Manning, we have seen that more and more I saw Jordan Rogers, who's on the 4-letter network, brother of Aaron Rodgers, who covers the SEC. He was in the SEC during his time at Missouri. But he said Arch Manning at number 5. And he said this whole hype stuff is getting a little ridiculous. And I don't think that's too far off at all. Like, to what you said, to what a lot of people have said, Arch Manning, more film. You got to put up more numbers. You got to do more out there because you weren't given the chance to. I don't agree on when people have the take of, oh, if he's so good, why the hell wasn't he starting over a 7th-round pick and Quinn Ewers? Like, I don't agree with that. I think that's a little lazy when it comes to trying to break down Arch Manning. I think that Steve Sarkisian has proven that, one, he's very loyal. He's very loyal to Quinn Ewers, especially on turning Texas around. Sark owed a lot to Quinn Ewers. But also I think there's a certain part of arrogance with Steve Sarkisian, and you could grade this good or bad if you want to. I'm not here to say to take away other folks' opinion, but I think there's a certain amount of arrogance, but you could twist that as confidence that he had in Quinn Ewers, to where it was like, oh, we could win with this guy. And I think that's still true. Like, it wasn't Quinn Ewers' fault that Jack Sawyer went untouched to get that strip sack touchdown late in that game. It wasn't Quinn Ewers' fault when the Horns couldn't put it in the end zone when the ball was on the 1-yard line to potentially tie the game in that Cotton Bowl. So there's certain things where I don't agree with when people try to discredit Arch Manning by putting Quinn Ewers in there. But I still think Arch Manning is going to have to prove a lot. And with this pressure that he has on him that I mentioned earlier, that's going to be some big mountains to climb. But I think he's ready for it. I think he's about it. And it's going to be a hell of a fun season. Now, Garrett Nussmeier over Lenore Sellers. I've seen this flipped. Saw SEC media days, the preseason polls of the media who was there. They all voted Lenore Sellers as preseason first-team All-American, with Garrett Nussmeier being second team. What, especially with you covering South Carolina, why have Lenore Sellers at number 2 and Garrett Nussmeier at number 1? What came to that decision for you?
Biggest difference is what you have around you. Lenore Sellers, look, he's still young. I think at the beginning of the year, he still had his growing pains. In the Old Dominion game, he still had his growing pains. All the way up until after that Bama game, something clicked. And then that's when he started to really come into his own. That's when you saw that during that 6-game stretch where Lenore's was playing his best football. That's when you really started to see what type of quarterback that this kid can be. The reason why I have Garrett over Lenore's is Garrett brings more of that complete NFL ready type of quarterback. It's not just stats, it's from what he's done on the field. I understand that people are going to look at that 3-game stretch and say that, well, that's the biggest reason why Lenore's and Garrett needs to be flipped. No, that's not. Because Lenore's had that at the beginning of the year. You act like quarterbacks don't ever have stretches where they have bad games throughout the year. But look at the last 3 games after Nussmeier had a rough 3-game stretch. He was playing his best football, and it all culminated against a good Baylor team at the end of the day. Lenore's has an opportunity to do that as well. And I think at the end of the day, Zay, these rankings are not going to matter when it comes to where these kids are, when it comes to the NFL draft, et cetera, et cetera. The biggest thing that I want people to take away from this is look at how tight that this could be between Garrett and Lenore's. I think that the number 1 battle for the top quarterback in the country is going to be in the SEC. It's going to be between Nussmeier and Sellers when it comes to the 26th draft. I know people are high on Klubnik. I think Klubnik's going to be 3rd. I think the arm talent is there. I think just the ability to run the football, though, Sellers has a better run game than what K. Klubnik is. Not saying that K. Klubnik can't run the football because he really can. He had over 4,000 total yards of offense by himself last year and quietly went under the radar. But I think overall, Garrett's a more NFL-ready quarterback at the end of it all, being behind a guy like Jaden Daniels, having learned this offense at the end of the day, and knowing that what he did in his first year, we've seen the good, we've seen the low, and we know what we can expect in 25. Just got to get that consistency at the day for both of these quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm so biased with K. Klubnik, dog, because he's from Austin and he went to Westlake, which,
That's right.
Westlake. Yeah, that's Drew Brees, Nick Foles. Basically, that's royalty when it comes to Texas football. So K. Klubnik, he's my number one. And to be honest, it's not even close. I think Clemson is going to be scary this year. I think them playing in the powder puff ACC is going to benefit them, even though they might not be as tested as maybe some other teams, which they still will be. When your first game of the year is LSU and your last game of the year is South Carolina, no matter what you play in the ACC, how easy the ACC is, they're still getting tested. So put some respect on Clemson's name if you aren't already. But I like this list, Lucas. I like this list. I mean, I think Diego Pavia has a ton of moxie. I think he has a ton of swagger. I think Marcel Reed can be really good this season. I think if you look down at 13, you got Jackson Arnold there. I think Jackson Arnold can have a year where it surprises a lot of people, especially with those wide receivers that he has, and Eric Singleton Jr. and Cam Coleman. Like, he's got some dogs around him. It's just a matter if Hugh Freeze and the rest of that could put it all together. Exactly. So I'm excited about that Auburn game when they go to Norman. That's going to be that Jackson Arnold Bowl. That's going to be a fun one for sure. But, yeah, we got Lucas Hill in the building, filling in for my man Chip Brown. I am Zay Collier. Let's get into a little NFL talk, because yesterday with Eric Henry, we talked about the Cowboys and Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons, man, I know a lot of people have talked about Micah Parsons being immature or being a guy that, with his podcasts and stuff could say a little bit too much to where he could be a distraction for the Cowboys. My man Chip Brown said that they should have traded Micah a long time ago. And right now, Micah's in negotiation talks about his new contract that Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and the rest of the Cowboys front office isn't necessarily in a rush to get it done. So Micah spoke with the media yesterday about contract negotiations. Listen to what he had to say about it.
Micah, how would you characterize how close you are to getting something done?
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll just see how long things take, That's it.
Are you discouraged by the fact that it's taken this long?
Honestly, yeah. When you go around the league and you see these other teams taking care of their best guys, I see TJ got taken care of. Max got taken care of. Miles got taken care of. And he got 2 years left on his deal. So it's hard to, you see a lot of people around the league getting taken care of. You just, wish you had something like, that same type of energy.
It's hard to not take it personally.
I wouldn't say it's hard not to take it personally when you know how there's a chain of events of something consistently happening over the course of years, when you kind of see it before through other players and things. So you don't take you don't take it personally when you're like, all right, it's not like I'm getting treated differently than anyone else, So I don't take it personally. I just don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, he has every right to not understand. And I like how he didn't throw his own teammates under the bus like I would have. I would have been petty as shit. I would have been like, yo, y'all out here giving Dak all this money, which, hey, speak for yourself. Dak Prescott, how much has he proved to earn all that money that he got? With being hurt, for one, but also when he's healthy in the playoffs, not getting it done. And Dak got paid. So there's that. And as you saw in that video, for the ones on the app that didn't see the video but only heard the audio, Trayvon Diggs was right next to him. And we talked about it yesterday. Trayvon Diggs, who was fined $500,000 because Trayvon chose not to do his rehab in Dallas and instead did it back in his home state of Florida. So that's interesting. Both of those guys riding for each other. But I think Micah Parsons is handling this situation very well. I think it says a lot about a player showing up to camp when he could easily hold out. And Micah understands that, I am on contract, but I also want to get paid. I want to be a Dallas Cowboy. I want to get paid what I'm owed. He said all the other edge rushers that got their money, and Myles Garrett and TJ Watt and different guys like that. So Micah's being professional about it. Jerry went and talked to the media. Jerry said that we're not in the rush to get it done. Micah is on contract, and we'll let it happen whenever it happens. And Micah came back at him the next day and was like, I could get in front of the media too and have a talk with y'all, which is interesting, Lucas, because Micah Parsons wasn't scheduled to talk to the media yesterday.
Right.
He went out his way and said, no, I need to get some shit off my chest because we're not going to have this one narrative that Jerry and Stephen Jones are pulling without me having my say. And again, he was very professional about it. He was very respectful about it. So Rob's right. Micah ain't the distraction. Jerry is. He's always has been. It's always been about Jerry, where you could question his motives. Certain people have questioned, does Jerry really care about Super Bowls and championships, or does Jerry care about the media and being in front of the media and all the money and revenue that the Dallas Cowboys bring each and every year, which they're America's team for a reason. Jerry's done an amazing job in marketing the team. And you see the Cowboys cheerleaders, they got their own Netflix special. Like, the Dallas Cowboys are in their own category. But Jerry right now, with everything that he's done up to this point, it's very contradicting to why he's not paying Micah Parsons. And who knows where this is going to go, Lucas.
But, I mean, this isn't anything new with Jerry, too.
Right.
Jerry has always been about Jerry since he took over the team in the 80s. And I like what J.J. Watt put out on Twitter, I think earlier today, once Jerry Jones said something about Micah and Dak as well. Anytime you can publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher simultaneously right before the season begins, you just got to take it. Nothing makes these guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you. I love the sarcasm that was added in there as well. But, I mean, he's absolutely right. When you're talking about an owner that has been all about himself, do you think he gives a crap about his star guys and paying these dudes? He's all about winning at the end of the day. And the problem with Dallas is they haven't put out anything even relevant when it comes to winning since the dynasty they had in the early 90s. And they won't get there until things change. When you talk about getting a guy like Dak Prescott, who you signed as one of the highest ranked or one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league, but you're not going to do the same to one of the best pass rushers in the league, what does that tell you? It tells you that there's a lot of just misogyny going on in the Cowboys locker room right now, a lot of selfishness when it comes to that front office, that they don't care at the end of the day. And Micah said it best. It doesn't matter if he's going to be a Cowboy or not. If they don't want me here, they'll go about the business. They understand the nature of the business. Rob's very right. Micah's never been the distraction. Jerry's always been the distraction.
Yeah. I thought it was so refreshing to see Micah Parsons in this light, because this is a guy that has had the narrative about him being immature. Like, he does his podcast where maybe sometimes he might give a little bit too much of what's really going on in the locker room to the world, that maybe if you're a coach or if you're in the front office, you don't like, but that's also just the name of the game here in 2025. Like, with the way media is, the way podcasts are, these guys that want to have a voice, they're going to go out there and they're going to have a voice. And I think Micah, even though sometimes I sit here and listen to some of the things Micah says and I'd be like, ooh, maybe he shouldn't have said that, or maybe he shouldn't have said it like that. You can't knock his play on the field.
Right.
And to what J.J. Watt said in that tweet, like, why the hell are you bashing guys? Why are you bringing up him not being available due to injury? Because injuries happen. This is freaking football. It's the most violent game in the world. I don't give a damn how much you try to clean it up, how much you try to change the rules. Those days of Ray Lewis and John Lynch and Ronnie Lott are clearly over, but it's still a violent, intense, rough-ass game. So there's going to be injuries from time to time. But if you're Jerry, you don't want to put that out there. Like, you're just kicking yourself in the butt even harder by saying those types of things. Now, I know y'all, I know Jerry just being Jerry. But I got a lot of the Cowboys friends, man, that are huge fans, that each Sunday their week is either on the up and up and they're on an all-time high, or they're at an all-time low. And it's kind of hard for these Cowboys fans to stay optimistic with Jerry Jones in the position that he's in, which is sad. Because he's the only owner that shows his ass the way that he does. That
he's been doing it for this long.
Right. And it's sad that we've gotten so used to it. We should never be used to it. But we are. We've just gotten so comfortable with Jerry being this way. And you would think that, damn, maybe I should change certain things. But he won't do it. He can't do it. And to what Harold the Dog is saying, I don't understand how the Cowboys still have fans. Jerry Jones is the ultimate troll. That's facts. And in his mind, he's not even trolling. In his mind, he thinks that he's the best option for this job.
He thinks he's right all the time.
He thinks he's right all the time. And he might be right in a lot of ways, especially in business. But when it comes to running this team, he's off here. And again, I can't say this enough, Lucas. I salute Micah Parsons for handling this the way that he is, because he didn't have to show up. He could have been a holdout, but he said, you know what? I am on contract. I want the narrative around my name to be a hard worker, to be a guy that's all about his teammates. And if you're a teammate of Micah Parsons, you should be thinking, damn, this says a lot about this guy to be here with us, to be involved in practice, because he's not getting what he's owed, what he deserves, because our owner is wilding out, but he's here for the team, and that's the most important thing.
Think about what would have happened if he did hold out. Let's say he does. Let's say he says the exact same thing as this time on his podcast. What are people going to think of him then?
Not good.
Exactly. They're going to say the same thing about what they're saying about Jerry, that it's all about him. They're going to say it's all about Micah. And that's only going to push Jerry's ego even further, because he'll be winning the mind game at that point. But in Micah's mind, he's going to handle this like a professional. And that, I think, is the most genuine thing that he could do. I'm glad he's at camp. You need a guy like that at camp. You need your star defensive player to be at training camp at this time of year. You need that guy to set the example for him.
Yeah. Yeah, he and the Cowboys messed up. They should have paid him a long time ago.
Yes.
Like Myles Garrett, I mean, Cleveland doesn't have much going for him, but Myles Garrett, he's let them know, like, yo, I got to get the hell out of here. Cleveland was so desperate that they gave him a crazy amount of money that whether he deserves it, whatever, but not too many players like Myles Garrett come around very often. And if you're Cleveland, who struggles as much as they have over these last few years, hell, over their whole span of their franchise history, you want to keep those guys intact as much as possible. Clearly, the Deshaun Watson thing doesn't help, but still, Micah Parsons, now the Cowboys, they're in a very murky situation, and I'm going to be very interested to see how this plays out. All right, Lucas. So Chris Ballard, the Indianapolis Colts general manager, he said recently or the other day that he does not think, and we're getting back to the SEC a little bit here, but he does not think that 2025 is a make or break season for former Florida Gator quarterback Anthony Richardson. And if you don't know, Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones are in a quarterback battle right now. And if you are hearing a lot of these rumblings and rumors going on, Daniel Jones seems to be the leader right now of that quarterback battle. So Chris Ballard has to answer questions about Anthony Richardson because he's the one that drafted him. He's the one that was so high on Anthony Richardson coming out of college, which, hey, Anthony Richardson, he showed us some good things. He made some unbelievable plays, but there's a reason why a lot of these scouts want these quarterbacks who are entering the National Football League to get 30 starts under their belt, because they've seen so much more. They've seen so much more film, so many different types of defenses. When they get to the NFL, the games moves a lot slower than if they didn't have those 30 starts. Anthony Richardson, he ain't nowhere close to those 30 starts during his college days, which I think that is playing to why he's had his struggles. Now, he's been hurt that first season. Last year was super up and down, but here in 2025, Lucas, what are your thoughts on Anthony Richardson from your time seeing him at Florida to where he is now? Where do you think his trajectory is going to be from now to the rest of his NFL career?
This is no knock on Anthony Richardson. This is a knock on those that influence him around him. Anthony Richardson has and always will be a one-game wonder. He had one great game against Utah. Scouts were all over his size and his speed. That's all they looked at. If that would have been the case, Jalen Milroe would have been a first-round draft pick. But no, they went over they didn't go over what he did on the field. They looked at his combine. They looked at his size. They said, this is a good investment. And what have we gotten 3 years later? An injured quarterback that has not shown a lot on the field. The fact that you're in a battle with Daniel Jones, who had a one-year wonder, by the way, going up against a guy like Anthony Richardson, who has only played a total of 15 games in the National Football League, whose best bet is to just be a package quarterback where you put him as a running guy, where you saw him like what they did with Michael Vick once he first got back into the league. The fact that we're talking about this being a quarterback battle between Richardson and Daniel Jones tells me all I need to know about the cat. Would you start a cat that had a 47% completion rate? No.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
that's what it is?
Yes. He had a 47% completion rate and an 8 touchdown to 12 touchdown interception ratio.
God.
And he didn't get sacked a lot, but he rushed a lot of throws last year and put himself in a horrible position. Now, it could be, and to Rob's point, it could be what happened with the offensive system that he's in. But Shane Steichen's a damn good offensive coordinator and a damn good coach. He's not in a bad system. He's just a bad quarterback.
Yeah. Shout out to my man, Johnny Longhorn, who said in our CODA text line, which is 512-222-9328. Johnny's a Colts fan. Says, as a Colts fan, I thought they wasted that pick of Anthony Richardson, but he was one of the best quarterbacks available in a very low quality quarterback class. Yeah, I don't remember that class exactly. Is that the one with Levis?
That was the one with Bryce Young, CJ. Who was in that quarterback class? You did have that had Levis and Hendon Hooker, but other than that, that was it. But I mean, they should have went offensive linemen in that class. I think you had to bolster up on your offensive line game. You already had Quentin Nelson, but I mean, you need another guy to pair alongside of him.
Damn, they got Riley Leonard too. Man, yikes. Yeah, I don't even know where our man Bam Bam Sam Ellinger is anymore. I know he's on another team, maybe Denver. Y'all let me know. But yeah, Hair of the Dog is 100% correct. If your options are Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones, you ain't got no quarterback. And sucks for somebody like Adonai Mitchell, former Texas Longhorn, who underachieved last year, but can you blame him? Look who he had freaking throwing it to him. So I always thought the Anthony Richardson thing was weird. Like, as you just painted that picture, Lucas, about how hyped these scouts were after that Utah game. Like, I remember that game too. I remember him doing the fake throw and getting spun around and then throwing it in the end zone. I thought that play was cool as shit.
I have a story in relation to that game. So I remember exactly where I was when this game happened. I was at what's that pool place? It was somewhere near Denham Springs, which is about 25, 30 minutes outside of Baton Rouge. Me and my girlfriend are playing pool, all right? The game's on about 30 feet away because they have a little cornhole section as well. I watched that final drive of Utah go down the field and Cam Rising make one of the worst throws I've ever seen. Throw it into double or triple coverage. It gets picked off, and everybody in that damn place went crazy. And people were talking on the radio all week about how Anthony Richardson's going to lead this Florida team back to new heights. Oh, they're going to be SEC East champs. And then a week or two later, they lay a goose egg against Kentucky, and they get freaking rocked. And the rest of the season, it was just an underwhelming performances over and over and over again from Anthony Richardson in Florida. And it could have been the system. But everybody, every single damn scout, like Rob mentioned, NFL management loves to fall in love over measurements, no development measurements. That's where your point comes to play with the 30 starts.
Yeah. And I see it. If he can all put it together, and, Chris Ballard, the GM for the Colts, he made some great points. He was like, did anybody give up on Sam Darnold? Did anybody give up on Baker Mayfield? You could throw Geno Smith in there. All three of those guys are starting for their respective franchises in the NFL, and all three of those guys got second chances when they were highly touted players coming into the league. But Ant Richardson is still on the team that drafted them. All of those other guys, they left.
All three have been traded.
They've been traded.
Richardson's going to be next. That's where you see their resurgence in.
Yeah, and I love Chris Ballard. I love that he went to bat last year for Adonai Mitchell when a lot of people during the 2024 draft process were dragging Adonai Mitchell through the mud for reasons I still don't understand, things that covering this Texas Longhorn team that I never heard. And Chris Ballard was very animated on talking about how much BS was getting floated around about how Anthony Richardson carried himself, his character, and just how he was as a person. So I like Chris Ballard, but I feel like this is one of those things that he has to say because he's the one that made the decision on taking Anthony Richardson. So he has to go down with the ship, and he's doing that, but yeah, if you're the Colts, if you're a Colts fan, good luck this year because it might get real for you. All right, let's get to the right call segment of the show. That's where I bring up just all types of craziness going on in the world or the sports world. So the Cleveland Browns, they put out today, they're coming out with an alternate uniform, and it's all right. It's still that weird doo-doo brown color, but they got different helmets and stuff. But this couldn't be more fitting. When they were displaying or when they were showing the new helmet, they were on, I don't know, they were like doing the helmet reveal, and there was a photographer, and they were like, for some reason, on a raft in the lake. And a photographer was taking the picture, and just like you would think the Cleveland Browns get down, things went left really fast. Check it out. So they're showing the new helmet.
What?
Boom!
Oh,
yeah. She's in the water. She's taking pics of the new helmet, and somehow she loses her footing, or maybe it was a man. I couldn't tell. But they lose their footing. They land in the water. They have to get saved. And this couldn't be more of a Cleveland Browns thing if I've never seen one before. Like, come on, Browns. Really? Really?
it's
You're
not,
showing
the,
your
it's
new
not the
helmet?
first time we've seen somebody from a Browns executive go into the river. Shout out Dude Wipes, by the way, dude. I love Dude Wipes.
Hold on, you're gonna have to talk about that because I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
So when they pulled back the cover, you didn't see the Dude Wipes logo that was on there?
No. Let me pull it up.
Go back to the video, and I promise you will see there it is. Boom, Dude Wipes.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
I see it.
That is a woman, by the way, Zay. Did they throw out a life preserver out there?
Yo, she ate shit. Holy cow. I hope she knows how to swim.
As soon as she fell in the water, all I see is a little life preserver go out there.
Yeah, I hope she knows how to swim because it's a very touchy subject right now with my man Malcolm Jamal Warner passing away, old Theo Huxtable, who passed away because he drowned. I know a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, black folks can't swim. That's not the time to make that joke, y'all. Y'all shut the hell up. Whoever made that joke, shut the hell up. I saw that on Twitter. You're going to hell. Whoever made that joke is going straight to hell, like on a first-class ticket. But
I'm going to ask this because I'm 21 years old. Who is that?
Oh, you're showing your age, Lucas. You're showing your age, man. That's crazy. Do you remember the Cosby Show?
I've briefly.
Okay, that makes sense. I kind of expect that. This was a show in the 80s. I wasn't even alive when the Cosby Show was in its heyday. Wow. I'm in my mid-30s. That's saying a lot. You're definitely showing your age a little bit. Make me feel old as shit right now. It was just a character on the show, Michael Jamal Warner. He's a legend.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the Cosby Show and just the ratings that it used to get back in the day. But yeah, he just passed away from a drowning incident, which is so sad. God bless his soul. But yeah, man. And shout out to Ozzy Osbourne too.
No, literally.
So that dude, man. To be honest, I don't know how Ozzy made it to 76 in general.
I don't know how he managed to be in that wheelchair and sing for about an hour and a half, maybe.
Yo,
at
Ozzy,
76. And then 2 weeks later.
Ozzy's the man, boy. Like, I remember that was one of the first reality shows I saw was the Osbournes and his crazy ass kids and his crazy ass wife, Sharon Osbourne. Like that kind of paved the way for a lot of horrible reality TV that I still watch to this day. But this fool Ozzy was biting bats and shit early in his career. Like the fact that homie made it to 76 is incredible. It's incredible. Like that was when I heard Ozzy Osbourne was biting bats early in my life, I was like, okay, so this is what y'all mean on white people shit. This is what y'all mean when y'all talk about, oh, this is that white people shit. Biting bats, had to get a rabies shot and stuff. Man, that's just crazy stuff.
He drank his own pee.
Did he?
I kid you not. Have you ever seen, there's a documentary out there about Motley Crue. There's a scene in there where he pisses on the ground and literally licks up his.
Nope. That's when I know it's time to go. It's time to go. I think Lucas froze a little bit, but appreciate you, Lucas. I think you froze. Think you're gone. It's all good. Shout out to my man, Lucas Hill. Lucas, appreciate you, dog. Go find him, the host of Inside the Huddle. He's an analyst for South Carolina on the Voice of College Football Network. Lucas Hill. Now we got to bring on my man, Patrick, Matt, Open Gym. What up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Man, that is the funniest thing I've heard in a while is someone calling The Dirt a documentary. I love it. Look, I'm a metalhead. I love rock and roll music. And I watched that with a bunch of idiots, and we had a great time. But The Dirt was a book that was written about Motley Crue back in the day, and they kind of made a theatrical version. It is somewhat weird. It's somewhat weird, but yeah, it's a Lifetime movie for guys. Is what we explained it as. It's not really. It's just silly. It's just silly, but it's good. By the way, Zay, do you want to see the other angle of the guy falling in the water?
Yes, please.
There's another angle of this dude going in. And the step out.
Damn, so God. The Cleveland Browns, man. I can't. Yo,
it's funny every time that step when he takes a step off and down. It's just the best every time.
Wow. Okay, so I feel a lot better that it was a man that ate shit like that than a woman. I mean, anyone could get got. It looked like a woman for our angle. I'm glad that you clarified that.
Yes. No, I had both angles ready to go because I saw the first one's what's trending, and then someone had a much better angle on the other side. I was like, well, that one seems great.
Wow. That person ate shit. I hope they could swim. I hope they're good. Everything's
I hope the camera's not like I hope they had enough money that like the Browns ain't paying for that camera. That dude's just the Browns ain't doing nothing good about it.
Make Deshaun Watson pay for that camera, damn it. All that money that he's stealing. It's the least he can do.
Dude,
right?
I don't want Deshaun Watson to want to use a favor if I own a camera. I don't know what it's going to be, but I don't want it.
That's true. That camera's probably seen some shit.
Yeah, I don't want it.
That camera's probably seen some shit. You're right. That camera might be tainted a little bit, but
yeah.
Fellas, I appreciate y'all as always. Y'all have a killer show. See y'all tomorrow.
Later, Zay.
Oh,
man. the last like 3 minutes have been so out of pocket. Wow.
I was just dying laughing anytime I hear a young man talk about it. Have you seen the documentary, The Dirt? I'm like, I don't know if I would ever call that I don't know if in 21 that is what seems like a documentary these days. But it was not it was a bunch of idiots telling the Motley Crue stories from back in the day that they used to stick their junk in burritos before they went home because they were like, if they took a shower, then their girlfriends would have known they were cheating on them because they were always filthy people. So they couldn't take a shower or else they would know they were cheating on them. So they had to do something else to get the smell to change. Just great stuff. Great stuff you can learn from Motley Crue.
I was not prepared to walk into what I've walked into today. I joined the stream on the stage when they started talking about Ozzy Osbourne, and now we're talking about Motley Crue.
No,
and
man. Shout out
trying
to
catch
Ozzy
up here.
Shout out to Ozzy Osbourne. That dude was the man from Black Sabbath back in the day, and you know the craziest story of how do you know the story of how Black Sabbath changed music with tuning down?
No.
So back in the day, Black Sabbath was one of the biggest bands. My mom actually went to England for a summer to work as a chambermaid and just go watch the music and be part of the scene over there, right? And so she would always say, like, we went and saw, and it was Black Sabbath or Yes, and I like Black Sabbath because I didn't like Yes. So she would go see Black Sabbath. But at the time, they didn't sound like they sound now. Tony Iommi, the guitar player, was getting ready to go. They were like ready to go off and start to tour and do other things. And he worked like in a factory. And so they put him on a machine he didn't know for his last day. And he went in and he cut the tips of his fingers off. Not great for a guitar player to cut the tip of your fingers off right before you're about to go make it as a band. So then they patched him up and they gave him like little prosthetic fingertips. But because the prosthetic fingertips weren't as tough, he couldn't play a guitar with the strings at full tension. So he tuned them down a half step. So it made it a little bit easier to play it. And you got a much heavier sound because it was a little bit lower. Everything you're playing is just a little bit lower. So that sound like really comes from an accident and just all this crazy stuff. But that's from early on Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath and from everything he did. It's just crazy. The stories that you're hearing too about like that performance at the end where they raised all this money for charity, did this big show. Everyone got to be there. Really cool thing to go out on top. But like how much pain he was in. And like he'd stopped taking some medication so he was able to perform because otherwise he was like in such bad shape. They were basically kind of like making him so he was bedridden and everything else. But then they're like, well, you can't do that and go up and actually do a show because you're kind of so out of it. So he had to stop taking some things that were making his life a little bit easier at the end. So when you hear all that, it's crazy how rock and roll that dude was. And just a very, and I mean, yeah, and the stories abound about that he was the type of guy that no matter whoever the craziest guy in the room was, he was going to be crazier. And so he was, I mean, this is the guy who was like first got sober in like 85 and then kind of had the ups and downs from there. But like pre-85, pretty much it was all nonstop all the time. And so it's kind of crazy. He makes it to 76, but an absolute legend was Ozzy. So for everybody who saw that yesterday, it was like right before we went on yesterday. So I didn't. And then I got mad about Craig James too. So
you did get mad about Craig James. Yeah, I mean, I was never the biggest Black Sabbath fan, but always had a ton of respect for Ozzy Osbourne because he's just, one of the innovators of the music industry, especially of that genre. And he just, even after he kind of semi-retired from music or whatever, he was still an icon in reality TV and just like this super entertaining guy to watch. Like, it was kind of hard to watch some of the stuff on the Osbournes, but at the same time, it was so entertaining. It's just like the way that guy just was always so interesting was, I mean, he's going to be missed for sure. I saw some clips from that last show that he did, and it was very, very cool. Very, very cool. I never would have said I wish I could have attended a Black Sabbath concert, but that definitely would have been one that I would have loved to be.
Oh yeah, I mean all the bands on that lineup and it was like a day long thing. It was amazing. Johnny Longhorn says he was kicked out or banned from the Alamo for using the restroom inside the building. It was the restroom outside the building. It was either through the fence or on the wall or somewhere around the Alamo. The story was that he was like wandering around San Antonio in the morning, still up from drinking and doing drugs, and he was walking around in his wife's dress, like a green evening gown with a bottle of booze. And then he was like, I gotta pee. And so he was just peeing on a wall. And then someone came over and they're like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm peeing. He's like, you're peeing on the Alamo. And so he's banned from San Antonio for like 40 years or something. He's banned from San Antonio for a really long time for peeing on the Alamo too.
Man. Like, you just don't hear about that kind of like banned from an entire city. That's legendary.
And not for actually trying to do anything, just a complete, like, you're just a drunk mess up and you're going around and then being like, oh, I gotta pee, and they're like, you're peeing on the most historic landmark in this town. No, man, don't do that. So yeah, that story is also really great. There's a lot of those stories, and then they can get progressively worse, because I believe in the dirt, it's not his pee that he is looking up either. I don't believe it's his. I believe it's somebody else.
I would be honest, Patrick, I've heard enough about pee to last me for the rest of the day. So
believe it was someone else. I have not watched The Dirt in a while. We watched it once and it was fun, but it's not a movie I revisit a lot. Matt, how are you doing today? By the way, we didn't intro ourselves. I'm Patrick Davis. That's Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. Having a good day today. Starting out hot.
Yeah, today's going pretty well. Watched dodgeball this morning.
You know what? I completely forgot to watch it. Completely forgot to watch it.
Oh, well, we'll still have to do our midweek movie review, I guess, aren't we?
Yeah, we might have still done. I completely spaced on it today. I had a meeting this morning and had a couple other things and completely did not. I've watched it somewhat recently enough, but not that recently. But we'll get into it today. Completely, yes. Spaced my mind. Didn't write things down. This is Patrick life. We might do it tomorrow. Yeah, and I'll watch it tonight or tomorrow. But I know my life at this point is, if I don't write anything down, it's gone in 20 seconds. My brain is tries just no short-term memory whatsoever anymore. It all disappears. But I'm glad you're onto it. We'll push it to tomorrow, and I'll watch it. I'll write it down and write it on my forehead so I don't forget to get it done. But we should get into it. Media day is still going on. Camp's kicking off. We're getting reports out of the Cowboys camp, seeing a lot of reports out of Cowboys camp, some out of the Texans camp as well. As we continue on, we'll get into that a little bit more. You also will get into a little bit more college football, maybe a little Texas football as well, as we get closer and closer. Camp, I think, is 6 days away now for the
starts July 30th.
So we are getting really close to Longhorns camp and starting to get reports. And, maybe we'll get into that a little bit later this week, what reports we want to hear out of that camp as well, because that's where we're going to start to get those reports that we really want to hear about, and some of the position, not really battles, but who's taking over in which spot, and what we see on that offensive line, the running back room, the secondary. We start to get a few more reports of that. Will be a lot of fun to get into. But we did see media days continuing for ACC and Big Ten. I didn't see a ton coming out today. I don't know if you've got anything that you saw really coming out today. The main pieces I saw were that over in the ACC, Thomas Castellanos, the quarterback out of Florida State.
Yeah.
They asked him
Castellanos, I think.
Castellanos. Okay. He came out and they asked him about his comments about Alabama, that everyone's like, dude, you do not, like, this is not the Hornets' nest to mess with a somewhat agitated Alabama team. You guys were awful last year, so you can't talk trash like that. And I get he comes from Boston College, where he's talked a lot of trash for a guy who has not really backed it up in his career yet. But he said, I stand by it. I stand on what I said. But he also said, no disrespect to Alabama players, which it's like, it is you can't say we're going to stomp you. Also, no disrespect.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really understand. Here's my thing. The SEC is the big bad boy in college football, right? It's got all the best teams outside of Ohio State and potentially Penn State. They have a history of beating up on other conferences, as I talked about yesterday, with their overall records. You're coming off of you joined a team that went 2-10 last season. You're going up against a team who's a national title contender and an SEC favorite, and you just kind of want to poke the bear. Why are we poking the bear, Thomas? I like, what do you have to gain from this? I don't really understand giving anybody bulletin. I've always been a guy who's like, why give anybody bulletin board material? If you want to talk trash, after you beat somebody, that's one thing. But going into a season as a first-time starter for a new team, why are you poking the bear in any way, shape, or form? I can't imagine that their head coach is sitting there like, oh yeah, this is cool. Yeah, go say what you want. Like, he's got to be pulling on the side in a room being like, dude, stop.
Well, and I mean, for Mike Norvell, this is his, hey, remember I was in the college, like, we were really good 2 years ago. Please remember, please don't fire me. Like, I can't go from it was all Jordan Travis and it's like I am the worst coach ever after that. Because we've seen some coaches, just fall off a cliff, and it felt like he did that last year. He's got to bounce back. So that's not a good start for him. I believe he also said at one point, basically, I was already running the ACC at Boston College when I was there. I was already doing what I wanted, and now I got a squad, to which everyone went, you were 7-6 as a starter in 2023. You were 4-4 as a starter in 2024. I don't think you were doing anything great. Like, you weren't uplifting your team. I know the Boston College guys were not thrilled about that. They were kind of put back on that one, going, who do you think you are? You haven't done anything to be able to back up. You can't be a fourth-year player in college and not have done anything really of heavy note yet and talk as much trash as you have. If you were a freshman, we would get it a little bit more. A sophomore starting your first time, we go, okay, that's a brash young guy who hasn't, he doesn't know yet. So he's going to get himself in trouble. This is, you're going out here. You're putting yourself on a limb that you haven't earned at all. So I don't know. He's not necessarily earning himself, I don't know, any respect or credit or anything. Maybe in the locker room they are, but I figure if I'm in that locker room and maybe I'm an offensive lineman, I'm like, maybe don't piss off the guy that's going to hit me every single play of the game. Maybe we could stop from pissing that guy off, because he's going to try and kill you, and he's got to go through me. And I'd prefer him to just want to do it because it's football, not because he thinks you're a prick.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if you came out with Boston College and you went, 10-2, you made a college football playoff berth.
Yeah.
You threw for over 3,000 yards, rushed for close to 1,000 yards, something along those lines. You had some sort of stat that stuck out that signified that you were some kind of dominant player and that you were being kind of held back by the shortcomings of your team. This guy was 3-4 heading into his final start. He lost 3 in a row, I believe, to Virginia Tech, and Louisville. They lost by double digits to Virginia, who was 5-7 last year. He only threw for just over 1,300 yards in 8 games, which, that's less than 200 yards per game. I mean, I don't know where he's getting this big ego to go in and just poke. Oh, we're going to go out there and we're going to beat the crap out of an SEC favorite.
Yeah, and he played in 2023 at 15 touchdowns and 14 interceptions.
Yeah, there's
he did better in 2024 with that, by the way, but not.
Yeah, but there's nothing that on his resume or his statistical output that indicates that he's any sort of an elite player.
No.
So I don't understand where this is coming from. And listen, if you want to go out there and talk trash, fine. I just think that you should be very careful who you're talking that trash to. And it's not it's not necessarily a team that is ripe for upset either. This is an Alabama football team that has arguably the best defense in the country heading into next season alongside Texas. They have all sorts of talent on the offensive side of the ball. It's just like it's just a weird flex. And I don't understand it.
No, I don't either. Yeah, because it's like sophomore year was his best year, but he turned the ball over a ton. He had like over 3,000 all-purpose yards, so it's all right. But you're 7-6 still, so it's like it wasn't enough when you turn the ball over as much as that. 15 turnovers to 15 touchdowns is not going to end you necessarily where you need to be. But it seems that was one that you probably didn't expect him to be also just still coming out hot at his Big 12 media or ACC media days. And then I saw over at Big 10 media days, the only real piece that came away was Dan Lanning was pretty adamant about really wanting the people, the committee or whoever's running things now. We're not sure if it's a college sports commission or the NCAA or whoever, to look at tampering more and to put start punishing people for it, because there's basically been zero punishments for tampering in any form so far. So the more there's no punishment, the more it's going to happen. And that was basically his thing. Is like, until we punish anybody for they can just straight out call players right now and nothing is happening to anybody. So we have to at least try and put up some guardrails so that maybe people will think twice about it. But the fact that, half of my roster is coming to me saying I've got offers from other teams already and they're not in the portal should tell me there's a problem with tampering. And I think we see it constantly is teams, players are going in and to renegotiate, and they're basically snitching on these other teams to say, this other so-and-so, I've got offers from 3 teams and they're not in the portal. So they should not be talking to anybody. So you're like, I understand that it'll happen at some points, but if it is half a roster, then it is happening nonstop. Everyone is doing it constantly. And so you have to start trying to put up some form. I don't know exactly how you get around it. We know that the College Sports Commission and the House just basically had to agree to more leniency with NIL, because the House and they keep telling them, like, guys, you're not going to be able to cut back their money. It's just not happening. These players are going to get paid. So I think now it's trying to figure out the tampering issue somewhat. That was Dan Lanning's big takeaway today.
Yeah, I think he's absolutely right. He's the first Big Ten coach that I've seen that hasn't been, whining and complaining about the playoff or the, all these. Like, he actually brought forth a real issue that I think is rampant across college football, and it's quite honestly, I think personally it's the biggest problem in college football right now. The fact that we won't even have to use Oregon as an example. Let's talk about Texas. Reportedly, Quinn Ewers is getting offers to transfer in the middle of the college football playoff and getting these big money offers to transfer. Sark has come out and said multiple players were contacted by other teams during the playoff. I mean, coaches shouldn't have to be battling things like this when they're in the most important parts of their season, let alone in the summer when they're just trying to put a roster together and put their depth chart together and all these different things. It's an unnecessary obstacle that all these coaches have to face. And I'm glad somebody's coming out on a big stage and finally saying something about it. I know there's that Miami, Wisconsin thing going on with the lawsuit, and maybe that's kind of a domino that's going to eventually start to, bring forth some sort of guardrails. Like, I like the way you described it. Just some framework that we can put together that's going to, keep some of these other schools from raiding other rosters. I mean, if you do it in recruiting, that's one thing, because these kids haven't signed their letter of intent yet. But this is the kind of thing that is supposed to be against the framework of college football. Like, it violates the sanctity of the game to just be able to. I mean, you can't do this in the NFL.
Yeah. No, but and again, and Brent says, it's you have contracts, so there's not really now. Does it happen still? Yes, because players will say, you may have a meeting with somebody and they go, well, if you can get out of your contract or you can demand a trade, we'd love to have you and we could work something out. So it's not quite the same of, here is the framework of a deal, what we can give you, which is what happens in college football now. And the reality is, too, if we want to go down to why it's really the biggest issue, it really sucks for the coaches. And I don't think it should be as bad as it is for the coaches. But what really bothers me the most about it is that it's the 5 stars are fine. This is how most life and sports and everything. The guys at the top are fine. If a 5-star wants to go to the portal or whatever else, they'll be fine. The bigger issue is a 3-star gets a call, and random team is, UNLV is the first team pop my head. UNLV calls up and they say, we got $10,000 for you. or $20,000 if you come here, and we're going to give you playing time. And so the guy goes, all right, well, I'm making $10,000 now. I'm going to get $20,000 if I'm there. I know all these numbers are bigger, but we get $20,000 when I go there. I'm not playing on this roster. I'll get playing time there. So let me go. So the guy hits the portal. Now, the problem is UNLV told 6 guys this. They need 1. Mm-hmm. Now, 6 guys are in the portal. And they're all going, all right, well, I'm going to UNLV. And they go, well, come over for a visit. And you go, why do we need a visit? We've already discussed this. Oh, let's keep it above board. And they have everybody come in. They talk to them all, and they go, we want that guy. And they take him. And now 5 guys are sitting in the portal who walked away from something they already had, which I get. That's their mistake. They shouldn't have done it. I'm aware of that. But when you're being coerced by people who are supposed to be in it for student athletes, that's where it starts to get into that, that shaky ground of the top guys are going to be taken care of. You have to still somewhat worry about everybody else. And guardrails help you with all of that. And so, again, it's about how much can we know? How much are we allowed to talk to other people? How much of this is actually happening? How much of this is agents trying to go out and get you a better deal, which is another side of why you need to have regulated agents as well. Because if you don't have regulated agents, those guys can go out and they can do the tampering themselves. So it's just overall, there's no real rules to anything because the players know right now the NCAA in action ruined everything. So it's not the kids, it's not the schools, it's the NCAA. By allowing them by enforcing BS like borderline illegal rules, which have now been found to be illegal for as long as they did. They brought this on themselves. And fortunately, they're all millionaires who are now just being able to go off and retire, and everyone else is left in the wake.
Yeah, I mean, you have to feel bad for a bunch of these kids who get jerked around by these agents. And, the idea of contracts, I think, is the one thing. It's kind of a double-edged sword in a sense. But for the most part, I think that contracts are the only way that you're going to fix the problems in college football. If you sign a guy to a national letter of intent, he should be obligated to stay with your university for at least 2 to 3 seasons, barring some sort of outside factor. Meaning, whatever that may be, I'm not sure. But like if you don't play a snap in 2 years and you had something in your contract saying, we're going to pay you X amount of money to be here for 3 years, and you're going to be, at this level on our depth chart, whatever the case, like whatever the terms of the contract are. If those terms are violated by the university, then you can enter the transfer portal. Or you have like a one-time, like we need to go back to the one-time transfer rule probably is another thing. Like these guys, and it happens in football and basketball, these guys that just continually transfer from school to school to school to school to school because they're getting a bigger NIL deal the next season. Like that's the kind of stuff that needs to go away. And if you don't have any sort of, guarantee to your players staying on your roster, then you're basically naked in the dark. You could give a guy, like you could give Felix Ojo $2 million in his first season, whatever he's going to make. I don't remember the exact, I think maybe it's $1.2 million in his first year through your revenue share. But then Oregon calls him midway through the season. I'm just using random examples,
exactly.
But like Oregon calls him midway through the season. It's like, oh, we'll pay you $2 million next year, and you're only supposed to make 1.5. And then Felix Ojo's in the transfer portal in January. And then the next season, somebody else comes and offers him $2.5 million. So then he leaves Oregon for, let's say, Colorado. And it's like,
no, and I mean, if he's at Texas Tech and Alabama calls him and goes, we'll match whatever the money is. We'll just match it. We're not even going to give you more, but we're a better school. We'll put you into a better chance to get drafted.
Yeah.
I mean, why? I mean, people would listen to that to go. And it's like, go, whatever they're paying you, we'll match it. We're fine. We'll pay that. We can afford it. And come over here. Your odds of getting drafted in the first round go up like monumentally by coming here. You'll get better developed. All the better thing. You have a better chance to win. All those things. And so like that ability to do that, where in his mind, he would technically, if everything was by rule, he would have to be in the train. He'd have to sit at Texas Tech and he'd have to say, I dislike Tech so much and I'm making this amount of money. I'm going to risk what I have here to go in the portal to see if I have a better option, but I don't know if I do. And I'm going to burn the bridge here at Texas Tech, and I got to go. But that's not the case of what happens. He already knows what his next deal is before he enters the portal. And that's what you're trying to fight, is basically no one making the portal only for people that are in bad situations, which is what the portal is for. And so trying to get the portal back to what it is, it's just difficult because, again, the NCAA ruined everything by just their complete inaction and trying to control things too much. They didn't allow any change, and they probably should have, starting in the late 90s when money started to get more and more in. They should have figured out a way. And then at the end of the deal, the problem with contracts is it's really hard to have contracts for non-employees. And it's really had to have employees without health care. And health care for football is an insane expense. It's one of the biggest issues for the NFL is insurance. It is a massive thing. It's the reason why, like in baseball, you play baseball for enough years, you have insurance for the rest of your life, like you and your family. You're covered. In football, you get insurance from the day you quit to how many years you played. So you played 4 years, starting when you're 27 years old, you have health insurance till you're 31. And then we're not insuring you anymore because a 50-year-old ex-football player is almost uninsurable because they know he's going to have massive health problems.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. There's a lot of different stuff that has to go into it when you're considering contracts. And I'll be honest with you, I wasn't even considering healthcare and benefits and all those kinds of things. But at the end of the day, if you're not going to treat these guys like employees, and in that kind of vein where they are putting their bodies on the line for you.
Yeah.
If you're not going to treat them that way, then what's to stop them from leaving? I agree. There has to be something that we can do that's going to guarantee that these kids will stay in one place and transform, at least try to transform the transfer portal back into its original intention, as opposed to a money grabbing scheme, which is what it's become.
Yeah, I think you really, at this point, I think there's some good minds still in football who want to save college football, and I think there's an enemy within that is completely fine with it becoming privatized, becoming employees, becoming basically a feeder league to the NFL. And you're based in the schools still, but it is a separate entity pretty much from the NCAA. It's completely separate. And you just take away every piece of tradition and everything else and kind of throw it out the window. And that is what the other side of it is, to try and get money out of it. And there will be people who have lots of money who will say, let's go wreck shop because it's already so bad and we don't want it to get there. But if they don't take action and they just keep letting it get worse, eventually something worse will come from it. We saw that with the NCAA when they just kept pushing the same things. You have to try and make some rules. You have to try and put up some guidelines. So I agree with Dan Lanning today. There needs to be something done. It is just getting worse and worse. And now with revenue sharing, it feels like it's going to be even worse because now there's going to be revenue sharing at places that were not really spending money before. So some of these places that maybe didn't have the boosters and the collectives and all this other stuff that was really pumping in lots of money, those people now may have a couple $1 million to spend. And so now they're going to be making phone calls because why the hell wouldn't you? No one's stopping you. There's no rules.
Everybody else is doing it.
Yeah. And if your guys are getting called every single time that, you develop a player, that guy's getting a call to go somewhere else, maybe you make some phone calls too. So they just need to try and start to figure that out. But it's going to be a long, rough road before we get there. But that was the two big pieces I saw out of media days. I don't know, Matt, if you saw anything else major come out of media days today, but I didn't see much else.
No, I mean the Thomas Castellanos thing just kind of reminded me of Diego Pavia. Like that was the big takeaway I had from that, was like you're trying to take Diego Pavia's bit. That's what this seems like.
It is. I did see what's his name, Raiola from Nebraska, and he looked a little less Mahomesy at media days yesterday.
Yeah.
A little less. Do you know where Nebraska plays their first game of the season?
I don't off the top of my head.
At Arrowhead. So that'll be fun.
Of course they do.
Of course they do.
Actually, one other thing that I thought was interesting was Matt Rule, the way that he was talking about Nebraska and like the Scott Frost thing where, you know, remember, I don't know if you remember Scott Frost coming out and saying that, like,
yes. Yeah,
you know, he was basically trashing Nebraska and like, I just picked a bad job.
Yeah, don't pick a bad job is what I learned from that or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. But then Matt Rule comes out and says, yeah, it was a bad job when I was here too, but we worked to make it better. And it's a good job now. And I'm trying to turn it into a great job. And we do that by building from within, you know, improving our facilities, doing all these different things. Whereas, like, you know, as opposed to just blaming, you know, basically being a victim, like, oh, it was just a bad place and I'm a good coach, but it wasn't my fault. Like, no, you have to work to make it better. And
no, I agree. And that's like, and Matt Rule this year, Nebraska is going to be really interesting. I mean, for a number of reasons. One is because the Big Ten, we've talked about it being top heavy. Do they fall more into the middle of the pack? I don't think they'd be a real big contender this year, but hell, the Big Ten just doesn't have a lot of middle of the pack teams. And so if you can get Washington and Illinois and Indiana has another good year this year. Illinois is going to have a fine year because their schedule. But if you start to get some of these teams and you start to raise the water of the middle of the pack, then the Big Ten feels a little bit more real because those schedules start to feel a little bit more real then. And so Nebraska being better in that sense is one piece. Matt Rule's track record, you brought up on the show before, is a really good point about Matt Rule's track record of having a good third season. Now, granted, he has taken those third good seasons and taken other jobs every time, but he had a really good third season at Temple and ended up at Baylor. He had a really good third season at Baylor and ended up in Carolina, and then had a really bad bunch of seasons in Carolina and ended up in Nebraska. So this is an interesting one, is does he get there? And if he does he stay at Nebraska? Because he has been a jumper from this point on. He signed an 8-year deal, I believe, at Nebraska. They really want him to stay there long term. They don't want him to hop in 3 years. It is a high profile enough job in a major conference that I don't know where you would jump if you were Matt Rule. I don't know what job would necessarily make you want to take a jump from Nebraska.
I think that when Nebraska is at the height of its power, it's one of the best jobs in college football. So if you can get it there, then that can be a lifetime job that you stick at for a very, very long time. The challenge is just getting it there. I think he's working towards that. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it or not, but he certainly made progress. I mean, it's a historic program that has a lot of tradition, a lot of history. There's a lot of money there still. The fan base is rabid. So, you know, if he can get it back there, then it will be one of the best jobs in the country. Speaking of Indiana, by the way, I heard you mentioned Indiana in the middle of the pack.
Yes.
I just want to bring this up. Do you know what their future schedules look like?
Oh, I'm sure they're all just god awful.
We already talked about this year. They're playing Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and Indiana State as their first 3 games. They don't have a Power 5 team on their schedule until through 2032. The only team of note that they play, and technically you can't call them a Power 5 team because they're independent, is Notre Dame. They play Notre Dame in 2030 and 2031.
Well, I mean, there's almost no chance they play them, though, right? They'll back out of that.
They'll 100% back out of that, I'm convinced. So he's talking about the SEC taking, and this goes back to yesterday, but he's talking about taking the SEC approach to scheduling. On the first weekend of college football, LSU plays Clemson, Florida State plays Alabama, Texas plays Ohio State. You don't have you barely have a group of 5 team on your schedule until 2030. Most of them are FCS teams. You have Colorado State in there in 2026. Kennesaw State is technically a group of 5 team, but they've only been a group of 5 team for 2 years. They've only been an FBS team for 2 years. This is their second year of FBS football.
Yeah. Now, I will say we got to talk about Ole Miss in there because he's comparing it to Ole Miss. Like, that's the school. That's the good school that does not schedule anybody. At least, and maybe there's another one. Maybe Tennessee doesn't schedule, or but I can tell you it's like I'm looking at Ole Miss future right now. 2026 is Charlotte and Wofford. 2027 is Charlotte and Oregon State. 2028 is South Alabama and Alcorn State. 2029 is South Alabama and Southeast Missouri. 2030 is Oregon State and Georgia Southern. You get to Virginia Tech in 2032, Purdue in 2033 and 2034, and Virginia Tech in 2037. So that, I mean, if Purdue or Virginia Tech is up, then that's but it is a while till they play. Well, and again, I'm just in interest fairness. I think it's BS on both of them.
That's true, but also you have to consider that, you know, there's only 2 teams scheduled for Ole Miss in each of those seasons, and they need to figure out 2 more non-conference games, so they could add that. The majority of Indiana's football schedule is already completed until 2032.
No, I think Ole Miss could be better, but I'm saying they need to prove it as well, because it's frustrating. It's frustrating when any of these major schools that should be scheduling these games don't. It just bothers me. I hate it. I think it's a wimpy way out. I think Ole Miss plays a much tougher schedule than Indiana because they play in the SEC. So they're going to play tough games no matter what. I saw someone post about it. My man Fanatic Perspective tagged me in it, but it was the work smarter, not harder. And you're like, but this is not smarter, because it doesn't get your team ready. It doesn't get you, like, this isn't smart to win a title. This is smart to win games. But winning games and winning titles are 2 different things. And if you're not trying to win a title, then and maybe that's just because I came up a Texas guy. In Texas, that was what you talk about, is winning titles. And I know at other schools, maybe that's not as thought of as the same way. As like, look, we'll get there. We want to build to this. And then when we get to this step, we'll get to that step. But it's like your window for that doesn't open. You don't have a window where you can take steps up normally. You have to just go for it. And so I just never really liked that philosophy of not trying to win it all.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I guess my big problem with what Cignetti is saying is, if he really is looking at Ole Miss as the team that, like, oh, they do it this way, so we're going to do it that way. Don't call out the entire SEC for that, because the majority of the SEC doesn't do that. That's like walking around and saying all guys with beards and goatees are jerks, when one guy with a beard or a goatee was a jerk.
Yes. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Exactly. Yeah, and it's like Tennessee, they've still got to schedule some games. They have Georgia Tech on some, West Virginia, Washington on some. So it's not like they're not great. Like, a lot of these are not great, but I also, like, I don't need Ole Miss or Tennessee or any of them to schedule Notre Dame and Clemson and, you know, Ohio State and Michigan. You don't have to, but you schedule somebody, because then it'll shut up
Power 4 team. Just Power 4
team. Power 4, and Purdue doesn't count, but Power 4. I know, and I'm sure Purdue was good at one point when Drew Brees was there, but it seems like it's been a while now.
They beat the crap out of Ohio State not that long ago.
Yeah, they've been good recently, not in terribly long ago. But no, I'm with you. The Cignetti stuff was just frustrating because it was clearly a cop. It's just, again, I described it yesterday. It's a guy who constantly talks trash and acts like he wants to fight but does not want to fight. Mm-hmm. And that is what it is, because you can't go like, we're the best team in the country and we want to prove it every week by playing little league football. We're playing Pop Warner this year, guys, and we are going to dominate. And then we'll get into the playoffs and lose by 90 because our team doesn't know what good football is. Because we played 2 games against good teams and we got blown out about those. It's a bad way to go about it, in my opinion. I get it. That's his way. But if you're going to be a meek guy, don't put your chest out and do that. Just never get it. I'll just never get it. So yeah, definitely he ruffled feathers, but that's what I think he wants to do, because again, we're talking about Indiana, and that's no reason we should be, because they're not playing anybody. So we shouldn't be talking about them as much.
Yeah, totally agree.
I want to get into this. It's been about a minute, so we'll get into it because it's been on the list for a little bit. But Sporting News put out a list of the top SEC coaches, and I wanted to kind of get your opinion if you believe in this or not. So we'll see if any of these guys are going to get fired, and Matt Rule takes their job. That's the place where Matt Rule wants to go. I'm just getting, like, really, if he has a really good season and you're Nebraska, there's got to be like a really big part of you that's like, oh, he's out the door. Like he has always been out the door. He likes building programs, not staying with programs. But I mean, the steps before were what? It was what school was he with originally? Temple?
I believe so, yeah.
And then he goes Temple to Baylor, and then Baylor to the NFL. But then Nebraska's Nebraska's better than Baylor. I know the job wasn't great at the time, and the Baylor job was probably better because it was coming off of Art Briles. I mean, other than scandal, the team was pretty good. But Nebraska, again, it's like that's a team that's got trophies in the trophy case, at least. You're not trying to build from nothing. This list here from Sporting News is top the coaches in the SEC. Number 1 is really not that big of a shocker. It's Kirby Smart. That is not really any surprise that Kirby Smart is on there. And good to see Sark come in at number 2. It feels like Sark should be in that position after hitting 2 straight playoffs. That Sark would be in there with Kalen DeBoer coming in at number 3 on this list. That feels like a good top 3 for you there. Anybody that you would have expected to be in the top 3 other than those 3, or is that a good start for you?
Yeah, I mean I think that's pretty spot on. I think it's only a matter of time before Kalen DeBoer I think it's going to be this year. It's only a matter of time before Kalen DeBoer figures things out at Alabama. He's won, like you say it all the time. He's won everywhere he's been. Yeah. And the transition year going to a new team is always rough, no matter who you are. And the fact that he was able to sort of keep that team together in the wake of Nick Saban leaving and still manage with a new system and new coordinators and new coaching staff and all these different things, be in contention for a college football playoff spot is amazing to me, regardless of the talent on the roster.
Like when I say he's won everywhere he's been, he's won everywhere he's been. I'm going to tell you how many wins he has, and I want you to guess how many losses fall in there. He has 113 wins as a head coach. How many losses do you think he has?
Over how many seasons?
Oh, I don't have how many seasons are on here. I mean, that would give you math, though. It gives you the easy math to do. 113 wins.
I mean, I think it's in the low double digits. 15, 20?
16. 113 and 16 is a really solid head coaching record.
Mm-hmm.
That is, I mean, normally you're looking at a coach that is doing really well being at like 113 and 50. And you go, well, hey, they had a couple seasons that were a little bit tougher, but then they built the program up and then they did well. He just continues to win and win and win everywhere he goes. It doesn't really have down seasons. His down seasons are still pretty good. Like Alabama last year. That was a down season for Alabama, and they were still a really good football team. They were just not the same dominant football team that we had seen. Coming in at number 4 with a career record of 292, 107, and 2 is Brian Kelly. That is who's coming in at number 4. That's over 35 years, by the way, as a head coach for Brian Kelly. This one, I mean, maybe a little high. Maybe a little high when I name. I'll give you the next 2, and then we'll go through this because I think the next 2 are probably where you might see somebody. And we'll see if you think someone else should be in there other than the next 2. Number 5 on this list is Lane Kiffin. And number 6 on this list is Josh Heupel.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lane Kiffin should be above Brian Kelly because he had his team in a better position to make the playoff last year than Brian Kelly. He's had less to work with in terms of resources and talent in terms of recruiting than Brian Kelly has, and I feel like he's been more successful with less. When Brian Kelly got to LSU, they were a year or 2 removed from a national championship, I believe.
Yeah,
and let me pull up their season by season.
Yeah, but Brian Kelly's 29-11 at LSU, and 17-7 in SEC in his first 3 seasons.
So LSU won the national title in 2019. Ed Orgeron had 2 seasons in which he was 11-12 over those 2 seasons. Brian Kelly has lost 4 games in 2022, 3 games in 2023, and 4 games in 2024. So he had a talent base there already. LSU has as many resources as anybody else in college football outside of maybe Texas and Ohio State. It's an elite football program and has been for a very long time. Lane Kiffin entered a program at Ole Miss that was in the absolute dumpster. The worst shape it's ever been in, arguably. Came in a COVID year and has been continually successful in getting better each and every season. Have they been elite? No, but they were on the verge of making the college football playoff last year, a hell of a lot closer than LSU was. And he's beaten LSU. So, like, I think head to head, they're Lane Kiffin has pretty much gotten the better of Brian Kelly. So, I mean, I don't have the matchups in front of me, but the point of the matter is, Lane Kiffin has been more successful with less than Brian Kelly, and I think that the proof's just in the pudding there.
No, and look, I think Josh Heupel's a better coach too. By the way,
I do too.
Kelly, I think Josh Heupel's a better coach. I think Josh Heupel made a playoff last year, and we've seen what he's done at Tennessee and brought a program that has been was floundering for a while and has got them back to being really good. They're just underneath that next level for Tennessee, and now Josh Heupel has his work cut out for him this season. That's everyone's watching for this season to see if it is. Can he have the whole team put together? Can he put together a program that can withstand a year of maybe subpar quarterback play, or he just brings out better quarterback play and whoever he puts in there at the starting role? We know next year he's going to have at least a good recruit, if not a transfer, and he'll probably get back into form for next season. But this one's a big one for Heupel because I think if Heupel wins 10 games this year, then he's number 4 on this list really quickly. He jumps up over Lane and Brian Kelly, because if you win when your quarterback walks away right before the season, that's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And he made the playoff last year.
That's what I'm saying.
He's a college football playoff coach. Brian Kelly's never sniffed the playoff with LSU. So it's a joke to me that Brian Kelly is up there.
No, it's all on the name and not on the substance. All right, 7 and 8 here for you. 7, Eli Drinkwitz from Missouri, and then number 8, Mike Elko at Texas A&M. So we'll go 7 and 8 there. How do you feel about either one of them being higher, either one of them dropping down? Drink really had a lot going for him in those first couple years. Everyone really was high on him and thinking he was going to turn Missouri around. It felt like he put Missouri in a better place, but that plateau hit hard.
Yeah, he's probably more around 9 or 10 for me, because I feel like Missouri they've really only had one good season under him in my recollection. Every other season has been average, maybe positive at best, but they haven't had a truly great season outside of maybe 1 year. And they had such high expectations last year and just completely underperformed. Elko is interesting to me because I think the way that he was able to perform in 1 year under at Texas A&M, it's one of the most impressive first-year coach showings that I've seen in a minute. He did a tremendous job in the transfer portal. He's done a tremendous job recruiting, and that program was in shambles after Jimbo Fisher. And they needed to find the right person to bring in to sort of stabilize it. And I think they found it in Mike Elko. I don't know that there's enough on his resume so far in the SEC to put him that high. But if you're just talking about which coach would I rather have as opposed to some of these other coaches, I'd rather have Mike Elko than Brian Kelly. I'd rather have Mike Elko than Eli Drinkwitz. I'd rather have Mike Elko than some of the guys that are lower on this list. Like we'll see what happens this year, because this year is, I think, kind of when you're really going to learn if A&M's actually going to take the next step, or if they were just kind of a flash in the pan last year. But I'd take Mike Elko above Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I love the Elko versus Drinkwitz this season and seeing which one of them is able to put it together. Is Missouri going to go back to the 11-2 season he had in 2023, or do they continue to fall back off and not, be closer to what we saw in Missouri before? And maybe the 11-2 was more of a fluke than than the standard. And for Elko is, can you put A&M back in the conversation? A&M and Texas have never really been good at the same time. Really it was ebbs and flows. And that was a lot because of recruiting in Texas. And so if you were able to get recruiting, the other one would normally go down. They haven't necessarily been really good at the same time. Can he be the coach to change that? And, say it's a new world. We're both recruiting out of the state of Texas now. We can build up both programs at the same time. We know last year, even though the game wasn't really as close as it maybe have seemed at times, it was they were playing for a spot in the SEC championship last year in the last game of the season. So he did get them to there. So I will say that one. Our next couple of spots. Let's go 3 more. Shane Beamer is at 9. Brent Venables at number 10 and Billy Napier at number 11.
Now we're really getting into the weeds. Shane Beamer is the last coach on this list that I would feel confident about. I think he's done a great job at South Carolina. I think he should probably be higher than Eli Drinkwitz because he's got a team right now that's a college football playoff contender. I don't think Eli Drinkwitz has that. Brent Venables, I think, should be closer to 12, 13, somewhere in there. And who is the other one?
Billy Napier is also kind of in that. You got to prove it to me first.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the hot seat last year.
He's still on the hot seat. Dude, people are just predicting them to do well, but he's still in the hot seats.
Right, but I mean, the Florida athletic director had to come out and give us a vote of confidence to him at the end of the season because everybody thought he was going to get fired.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he did have to literally say, we're not firing him. So hey, recruits, don't think that he's leaving. We're not firing him. Yeah, I'm with that. So we'll wrap up the rest of so this is the last few names. Mark Stoops is at number 12. Sam Pittman at number 13. Hugh Freeze at 14. Clark Lee at 15. And Jeff Lebby at 16. I'd probably put Clark Lee a little bit higher on there. I think that as a coach, he's done a pretty good job. They just don't have the players or I don't think they have a lot going on there. So I maybe put him a little bit higher. Mark Stoops has had a good year. So he gets to be a little bit like the rest of those names haven't done anything to make you really believe that they should be any higher on this list.
Sam Pittman is last. Sam Pittman is 16. Jeff Lebby. I'm going to give you my list. Should I just give you my list? Because I think Clark Lee is a top 10 coach in the SEC.
Okay. No, I like that. I agree Clark Lee should be way higher.
I'm going to go Kirby, Sark, Kalen DeBoer, Lane Kiffin, Josh Heupel, Mike Elko, Shane Beamer, Clark Lee, then Brian Kelly.
Jeez, that's a fall for Brian Kelly.
Then probably Billy Napier, I guess. Where am I at now?
That would put you at 10, I believe. No, 9, right? Because you haven't said 9 yet.
Yeah, well, I'll put Drink ahead of Brian Kelly. And then it's just the rest. Like Hugh Freeze is at 14 or 15.
Yeah. They're all at 14 or 15, aren't they? There's like 6
they
guys.
Pretty much like once you get outside of the top 10 or 11, it's a massive drop off of guys who are on the hot seat and who are about to get fired. Or in the case of Jeff Lebby, like he's just in a situation where he doesn't have anything to work with.
Oh man. You know what? I love that my dislike of Brian Kelly has rolled off onto you. And
it's always been there, Patrick. It's always been there. You've just sort of taken it to another level.
I'm like,
but Clark Lee is a better football coach. He's a better football coach than Brian Kelly. I think if you put Clark Lee at LSU, for example, I think that they are a 10-2 team at or 9-3 at worst every year.
So I'll put it this way. I think Clark Lee is, if we just say he's coaching the games and doesn't have to deal with all of the other factors, then he's a better coach than Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly's probably a better recruiter than Clark Lee is. Brian Kelly's probably way more used to having a major program and all the things that go along with it, just because Clark Lee hasn't done it yet. Maybe he could get there and he'll be that guy. But I'm with you. I think if we're talking X's and O's and coaching and that, I'm going to take Clark Lee because I think he's done what he's done with Vanderbilt is is pretty amazing that he has taken a team that was the laughing stock of the SEC and at least made them now, whether it's true or not, the giant killer. They're now Jack looking at the giant beanstalk, right? They're the ones who are sitting there, and every week you're going to hear the narrative Vanderbilt could win any game this year. Well, that's not really true, but that is where he's put them, and they have the confidence, and that's never been the case with Vanderbilt before. So I'll give them all the credit in the world for that.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I think that if you put Clark Lee into a situation where he had the same resources and money and talent bed that Brian Kelly had, I think he would outperform Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I could see it.
And I think that if you put Brian Kelly at Vanderbilt, he's not as successful as Clark Lee is.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, I want to know what accent he uses when he comes in. I want to know if he tries to do. I've always loved country music, so good to me. It's like, whatever, Brian. No one buys it. But that's
like
our list.
my final thing about Brian Kelly, just real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
All of these other coaches, at least for the most part, feel like a fit character-wise and geographically and all the different things to their football programs. They're not a fish out of the water. Sark fits in perfectly at Texas. Kirby fits in perfectly at Georgia. You can go on and on down the list. Brian Kelly feels like he is so out of place and out of touch at LSU that it's just this weird. It just gives you this weird feeling like he's not supposed to be there. Like even Hugh Freeze fits Auburn because Auburn's just a super weird place.
Well, it is. It's like that thing of like everybody else, if they were in the parking lot with the tailgates, right? And they're walking around the tailgates, it feels like the vibe would be pretty good. And it would be like, hey, what's up? And even if the coach isn't doing well, people could probably make it work. And yeah, and if Brian Kelly walked out there, he'd be like, is this Etufa? Like, it's Etouffee. What the hell? What is wrong with you, Brian Kelly? So it doesn't. Yeah, I feel you. It doesn't feel quite right on there. Let's take a break. We'll come back, get into a little NFL talk. I do want to hit this. I forgot I didn't have it written down, so I'm going to write it down so I don't forget it. About the Chris Collinsworth rumor that he dropped today. That he says it's not even just a rumor. Everybody knows it's what's happening. So we'll get into that after the break. We'll get into a little bit if we get any camp reports. I got a couple things out of the Cowboys camp I saw today. If Matt's got anything from the Cowboys camp, no, you also were right over there at Cowboys on SI. So you have an inside track over there as well. So we'll get into all of that. And I also want to bring up another little thing I saw today out of the Dolphins training camp. So I want to get into the topic over there. So we'll get into all of those as we roll on here on a Wednesday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, rolling into hour 2 here of the show. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. You can hit us up on the chat if you want to join the conversation. Appreciate you guys that are hitting us up already on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. And make sure to like and subscribe if you're over there on the YouTube. And if you're on the app listening on your drive home and you get home and you want to send us a text message, or you don't text and drive, but if you want to send us a text message, maybe voice to text, if you got a way to do that, 512-222-9328 is that CODA text line number to get in touch with us over there. Matt, let's get into hour 2 of the show. And the rumor, I don't know if you heard this one or what this was Chris Collinsworth was talking about today, that he said everybody knows this. It's an open secret that the Browns' plan is for next season, draft Arch Manning and hire Nick Saban. And that was the rumor. The rumor was that was what Greg McElroy was talking about coaching again. That Saban would not coach again in college football. Everyone's pretty much like, he's never coaching college football again. But if the NFL called, he might take interest. And, you know, we know that we said the last time Nick Saban, he didn't have his quarterback, and the quarterback would be Arch Manning. Now, both you and I believe Arch Manning will not be going into the draft next year. Everything can change. All that can change. I think if he thinks the Browns have the number 1 pick, you have an extra reason to not go in the draft that year. But that was the piece that went out today for Collinsworth to go viral, was the open secret that the Browns want to get this done.
Was that Collinsworth or was that Colin Cowherd?
It was Cowherd, wasn't it? It was.
It was Cowherd. I get them confused all the time because they're both kind of idiots.
Yes,
but
you're right.
So no, this is not the Browns' plan whatsoever. This is entirely like if you're like, okay, here's one thing. I will say the Browns are stupid enough to have a secret plan in place for a guy who hasn't even made his decision yet whether or not he's coming to the NFL.
Yes.
From everything that I've heard and everything that pretty much everybody has heard is that Arch Manning is not going to the NFL after this season. No matter if he goes undefeated, wins the Heisman Trophy and wins a national championship, he is still coming back to Texas for a second year because his plan is to be developed to the best that he can possibly be developed as a starting quarterback before he goes to the NFL, because that's what's best for his career path, and his family is backing that as a Manning. They know what it takes to get to the NFL. They're not going to let him make a hasty decision just because he has one really good year. Aside from that, Nick Saban has no reason to go to the Cleveland Browns whatsoever. I get that he's coached in that franchise before with Bill Belichick, but if Nick Saban is going to return to coaching, it's going to be one of two ways. Number one, it's going to be with a franchise that actually has an upward trajectory in the NFL that gives him an opportunity to succeed and is a well-run franchise that he believes in. That's not the Cleveland Browns. The other one is that an SEC coach gets fired and he decides to return to SEC football. Those are the only two ways that he's returning to football.
Yeah, and I don't see him going back. I don't see him taking either job, but
I don't either. Here's the thing, though.
Go ahead.
So Nick Saban doesn't really hold any loyalty when it comes to who he's coaching. You saw that when he went from LSU. He left LSU to go to Miami and then came back to the SEC, went to Alabama. I get that rivalry really kind of took off when he went back to Alabama.
Yeah.
But I've heard an interesting thought that if Hugh Freeze gets fired, Nick Saban could end up at Auburn. I don't believe it, but that is more believable to me than him going to the Cleveland Browns.
First of all, I think he would only go to the NFL because he wants to prove that he's the greatest coach of all time. And not the greatest college coach of all time, the greatest coach of all time. And he'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm not doing the recruiting. I'm not doing NIL. I'm not doing any of that. But I can have a general manager here now in the NFL, and I'll have the main point of it, I think, was Arch Manning goes to a team. Nick Saban goes, well, if you give me a quarterback, I can go win. And that was, I believe, the most premise of it. Somebody else came in and chimed in. By the way, there's also a team in LA that has, 2 picks coming up next year. Maybe could turn one of them into a pick in 2026. I don't think the 2025 Arch would work in LA, but 2026, if you're able to turn one of those firsters into another first in 2026 and push that one over and maybe make another deal and get that piece in to try and do that. And then maybe you look in 2026 and Matt Stafford retires and you have a bad year. And so in 2 years, you go in the Arch Manning tank for Arch. That makes more sense to me to put him with Sean McVay and be like, all right, we reset in 1 year. We're good to go.
Yeah. I mean, for Arches in the terms of Arch, yes. But if we're talking about putting these two together, that also could kind of make sense because Sean McVay has been on the verge of retirement a couple of times already. So if he, has a great year in 2025 and, Matthew Stafford's like, all right, this is my last year. I'm going to retire in 2026. There's not really anything keeping Sean McVay from retiring as well, just riding off into the sunset.
That's true.
And then you've got a pretty good roster already put together. You really only need a quarterback. So Nick Saban goes to LA. They draft they make a trade up to the number 1 pick, grab Arch Manning. That's a lot more realistic of a scenario to me than the Cleveland Browns. Nobody wants to go coach in Cleveland.
No, I don't. Also, I'm going to say I don't want Sean McVay to retire at 40 years old. I don't like people retiring younger than I am. And
He almost retired at 37.
I know the story about that, about how hard he was working. And apparently he has a better work-life balance at this point. But he was like nonstop, 24/7. Don't breathe, don't sleep, don't do anything. You just do football. And apparently he's toned that down a bit. So maybe it's a little bit easier for him to continue on. But he's only 39 years old right now. So still a young man for Sean McVay.
That's so crazy to me because I'm just this fat guy who talks about football on the internet, and I'm 38. And this guy is a Super Bowl winner, one of the best coaches in the last decade in the NFL, and he's a year older than me.
Yeah, no, crazy. It is crazy. So that was just the random rumor I saw today that was kind of silly over there from Coward. You're right. It was Colin Coward. We did get some reports out of training camp. The ones that I saw were the biggest ones were that Kaiir Elam was looking really good today. That there was multiple reports I saw about that he was looking pretty good. That there was a brief scuffle and Schottenheimer went over and apparently read him the riot act and apparently went after them and was like, this is not what we're doing. Like day 2. I don't want to see it. So interesting little piece because we know some coaches are all for it. They want that intensity. They want that push between. They're like, we'll make up friends later. But in camp, I want you guys wanting to kill each other. And like, I want killers on the field. So Schottenheimer, not that guy. Does not necessarily want fights breaking out. And then the funniest one I saw today was Calvin Watkins does a great job there covering the Cowboys. He reported that Deron Bland was not at practice. And it's like, what? So I was trying to figure out, like, what is he holding out or is he hurt or what it is? Deron Bland, significant other, was having a baby. So he has gone off. So congrats to Deron Bland. It was not anything football or medical, really. He was just going to see the birth of a child. So positive thing for Deron Bland rather than anything negative out of that. Trayvon Diggs was there. There was some more shots of him and Demo doing a couple of just stretches and stuff like that while they were out there, not doing anything heavy. And Micah Parsons still there, but back soreness or back tightness or something to that effect so Micah did not practice. And now we can all speculate into what Micah Parsons' back his real problem is.
So there were a couple. The scuffle was interesting to me. I'm surprised Brian Schottenheimer reacted that way. Obviously, the context of the scuffle is important to take into consideration. We don't know what that was, so that was kind of interesting to me. But I think that there was a couple of things about Micah Parsons that stuck out to me. First of all, the first one was he was asked directly whether or not he plans to hold out. He's already reported to camp, and they're talking about, asking him whether or not he'd hold out, and he didn't rule that out, which is surprising to me because Mike Florio put out an article this morning, basically talking about what the repercussions would be if Micah Parsons, now that he has already reported to training camp, decided to hold out and make a statement with the Cowboys. Basically, what it comes down to is, and I'm reading this from Florio's piece, says if a player leaves the team during training camp or the regular season, he has 5 days to return. If he does not, the team can place the player on its reserve list as a retired player. And if that happens under those specific circumstances, the player cannot play again that year for any team. His contract gets told, everything freezes in place, and it is a no-win situation for the player. So the fact that he didn't rule that out either means A, he doesn't know that that's a consequence of him holding out after he's already reported to camp, and he could lose all of the money that he's due to make this season, or B, he just doesn't care. I tend to lean towards the former.
Yeah.
But that's kind of a bold thing to come out and not like you reported, so you're basically locked into playing this season.
He's not locked in. He can hold in. He just shows up every day. Says, you're not paying me, I'm not playing. So he can do that. And that's a different category, but he can do the hold in still.
But he was asked specifically about a holdout.
I
not
get
a hold
that.
in, and he didn't deny it, which I thought was interesting.
He could have thought in his head, well, I'm holding out, but that doesn't mean I won't be here. I'm not going to practice. Like, I'm just not going to practice. So it could just be a misrepresentation or misunderstanding of the verbiage as well, that he never really intends to go home. He's just like, I don't want to, like, I'm not going to play in games if you're not going to pay me. And that may be part of it. I'll work out. I'll do all this stuff that I don't think I'm going to get hurt, but you're going to put me out there on the field and try and go get it. And then your plan is to franchise tag me. I know what your plan is because you're not going to let me walk. So you're going to try and franchise tag me. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to play that game, Jerry.
Yeah. I mean, that could be it. I just thought it was interesting that he, he could have just had a very simple answer that said, no, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm not planning on doing anything. But he went on this long-winded thing about other stuff, and he didn't deny it. The other thing I thought
probably Jerry told him to say it so they would get more coverage. Probably.
That's certainly a possibility. Another interesting thing that I saw was that CeeDee Lamb came out and backed Micah Parsons. And he kind of, in kind of a way, slammed Jerry Jones. I don't necessarily blame Micah Parsons at all for what he's going through right now, but the fact that his players his teammates are already having his back, and that he's already got the support of all the other stars in that team, it seems like, and those players are coming outright and slamming Jerry Jones, is, I think, a big telling sign on who everybody believes is the hero and the villain in this situation. So I respect the hell out of CeeDee Lamb for doing that. He didn't have to do that.
No, I get that. But I think they all know that, like, we don't like being used as circus animals, Jerry. None of us like this. And I know this is your thing, but the fact that it's a disrespect of you come up and talk to me in my face and tell me how great I am and how much you love me and how much you want me to be a part of this. And then I talk to my agent and he goes, they won't call us back. Like, we call them and they won't call us back. They're not answering our phone calls. So we're not negotiating. We're not doing anything. They're not talking to us right now. And Mike goes, what the hell am I supposed to believe? That it's one thing if you're ironing out the details, or another thing if, you're still trying to work on it and you're trying to pitch ideas back and forth. But if you're just going radio silence, the hell am I supposed to? Then my belief is going to start to trend to, you wanted me to play this entire season. And if I stay healthy and everything else, you're going to franchise tag me. And then you want me to play healthy and go a whole nother season. And then you're going to try and lowball me at the end and say, well, we got you till you're 27. Good run. Like, yeah. It's just such a bad, like, I get it. It's just bad business. I think Jerry's still going to sign him because that's what Jerry does. But it's not great. If we look at other training camp holdouts across right now, or actual holdouts, Mike is not holding out. 2 on the Bengals. Shamar Stewart's not there. Trey Hendrickson's not there. Both said they wouldn't be. Both are not. So both of them are holding out right now. And apparently Trey Hendrickson, the last offer was insulting, I believe, or something to that effect. He agreed to go shorter term, but just wanted a little bit more guaranteed money. And I don't think they're really trying to guarantee him anything past year 1, which is kind of a non-starter. Because it's like, it's not a 1-year deal, but we're only guaranteeing 1 year of the deal. That's a 1-year deal, man. That's all funny money after that. So we know that. Terry McLaurin also holding out, not thrilled that they spent all this money, went and got all these other players and not taking care of him. He thinks he's going to get stuck on the back end of this deal as well. And then Elton Jennings, lineman out of in Green Bay. He is right now, he's at camp. He wants to country. He's at camp. He also has a back injury. So he is not participating. So him and Micah Parsons right now are listed as possible hold-ins. That is what they're listed as, because they're both not practicing. But they say it's because of injuries. I'm sure they're beat up still, and still, they work all the time. I'm sure their back does have some issues. How much of that is they can? Micah basically said with his back injury too, he's like, I could play if I need to and I could do it, but there's no real point trying to aggravate something before a long season. Which makes sense. It's true. We did see that Juwan Jennings, he was the one that it was reported basically said, trade me or pay me. Kyle Shanahan somewhat disputed that today, and he's practicing. So whatever that was, they maybe talked about it and went through and are dealing with it as of right now. And Cortland Sutton was the other one that was somewhat questionable. He has been on the trade block for the Broncos for the last, 15, 16 seasons. I'm pretty sure when Elway was there, Cortland Sutton was on the trade block. But he is practicing as well. He just, every year you hear about he's available, and you're like, how is nobody, like, in year 3 of this, how is no one offering anything for him? Like, if he's constantly on the trade block, it feels like you would take like a 4th for him, and someone would give you a 4th for him. But not the case.
The Cowboys would have done that.
I know, it would have been easy. But no, Cortland Sutton is still on the Broncos. Those are the big other ones from outside of the holdouts. Do you have anything else from the Cowboys camp before we move on to another piece of training camp news I was going to get into?
Yeah, Micah Parsons talked about Trevon Diggs' situation.
Yep.
I thought it was kind of strange, first of all, that they were like doing an interview together. Like every piece, every clip that you saw of Micah Parsons, Trevon Diggs was just standing right there next to him like this. And I don't know
probably
if Trevon,
probably because of what Jerry did. He was like, he wants to lump us in together. Let's talk.
Yeah, that kind of seems like it. But he came out and said, at the end of the day, this is his business. Like, he's talking about Diggs. He says, at the end of the day, this is his business. His body is his equity. I feel like he's got to do what's best for his body. At the end of the day, if he's not available, they're going to get rid of him. So he's got to keep his body up to par. And he's basically just talking about how, Diggs is working out outside of the Cowboys facility, and the Cowboys are all pissed about that. And Parsons is basically saying, like, look, man, it's his body. This is what's best for him, and this is what he needs to do. And I tend to agree.
Yeah.
But it's just another piece of, like, these Cowboys players are seemingly kind of uniting with each other against Jerry Jones. And I'm kind of enjoying it, because it seems like they're not really going to sit there and take his shit anymore, which is a good thing.
No, it does feel like the players are a little bit more annoyed with it right now. And maybe that's because Jerry hasn't been around as much to kind of soothe it over. Maybe because it's just one after another now, where I was like, it's Dak, it's CD, it's Trayvon. It's like everyone is getting the same stuff. And then he's kind of throwing you under the bus for getting hurt. I think that one, that's a big one where you're like, do you think I want to get hurt? This is the whole reason we want guarantees, is because we're out there trying to kill ourselves for you. We're all getting CTE. We're all getting beat up. And then you're going to come around and go, he wasn't healthy for 15. Like, yeah, it happens, man. But we're trying to be out there. We're trying to get healthy. And then you also hire a crappy, like the poll is always, you hire crappy strength and conditioning people and wellness people. You don't have the same things that everybody else does. We've heard that multiple times from multiple different people when they leave, is that it's not as good at the Cowboys facility. And so another reason why you probably don't want to be there, if they just don't have the tables and everything set up for you to get treatment and the people. And you're like, I can get that same treatment somewhere else way faster because I'm paying for it. If Jerry's paying for it, that's nice, but he's only got 2 tables, and there's 7 of us who want to use them. So I'll go to where I go, and I'm fine with it. But then going off, so speaking of Trayvon Diggs a little bit, it ties into this. But we saw out of Miami's camp, Tua was talking to the media and it was asked about Tyreek Hill and Tyreek Hill's comments at the end of last season where he said, I'm out, and was just like, I'm done with it. That apparently, they asked him about it. You expect normally this kind of stuff to be a little bit more in-house, and you expect maybe a response from Tua that is like, yeah, we're good, we'll handle everything in-house or whatever else. Tua said he's got to do more work to get the relationship repaired with us and with him and the team. That, we're not thrilled that he's acting like this. We know Tyreek Hill has a contract where he is making a good amount of money this year. He's making $27 million this year, and next year he's set to have a $51 million cap hit. So he knows this contract is not going to be around next season. I will either have a new contract or I will be cut. Those are the 2 options. This contract will not last, and they're not paying me $50 million next year. So he's aware of that. So he's a little disgruntled that he's not getting a deal. He's disgruntled because they're letting some of the other veteran players that, you're friends with and everything else go. And, he felt like last year his numbers dipped a lot. He was injured a lot last season. He just got very frustrated by everything that was there. And so this kind of led me to a little bit of a conversation we were having yesterday with Trayvon Diggs. Do you see Trayvon Diggs being on this roster long term after what Jerry Jones said? We're like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it. And Tyreek Hill, when they say we're trying to work on this and we know he's got this big contract looming and everything else in Miami, I don't know. If Miami loses its first couple games or it starts off poorly in Miami, Tyreek Hill feels like he's on that block real quick, doesn't it? Like it feels like right now, Tyreek Hill, if you get in the, either this happens through camp and they don't get it fixed out and he's definitely getting moved around, or they get into the season and they're not 3-0 and Tyreek Hill's not getting his catches, that may be another piece where they say, all right, Tyreek, we got to get, like, we can't have you in the locker room being all pissed off every week. We're trying to win games and you're trying to, get numbers. So it does feel like Tyreek Hill is now on the list. Brings me to the point, Matt. And we'll talk about Tyreek. We'll talk about Trayvon Diggs in this. Which players are the most likely to not be on their team at season's end that are currently on rosters? And what players do we feel probably have the best chance to be moved before the season is over? So before the trade deadline, which players are most likely to get moved? I think Tyreek Hill and Trayvon Diggs are a great place to start on that list.
Which one do you want me to start with?
Let's start with Tyreek and then we'll go back to Trayvon.
Tyreek, I think he'll be on the roster through the end of the season if they're competing. I think if they're not competing, that they're going to try to move him at the deadline. It depends if they're able to restructure his contract. But the disgruntled nature that he has had over the last, 12 to 18 months, whatever the case may be, that seems like something that Miami's not just going to, sit there and accept. I understand players have issues with their deals and they want to hold out. They want this, they want that. But it's one thing to hold out. It's another thing to say in the middle of the season during a game, I'm out. And I think that he's going to end up facing the repercussions of that. So no, I don't think that he's going to be on that roster long term whatsoever.
No, so he's also 31 years old. So
Mhm.
that adds into a little bit of where we are in the conversation with Tyreek Hill, that he's 31 years old. He has that massive cap hit hitting in 2027 or 2026, sorry. He has that massive cap hit coming in. So the last year of the contract, you can't get in. You can get out of it for $15 million. Most likely what you'd want to do is either sign him to an extension and get him through like 2028, 2029 with some not guaranteed money at the end of that, pay him, give him more security long term, but maybe lower that payment and get that payment down to 25 a year, which I don't know if Tyreek Hill's going to go for, but you'd probably like to get around 25, but under 30 for 3 or 4 years with some of that money back in not guaranteed money, and say, well, look, we're going to guarantee you another 70 million, or you can walk out of here with 15. Like, what do you want? You want 15 or like another guaranteed 60 or 40 to $60 million? And I think that's the line of where he's going to bet on himself. Does he just want to get out of the system? Does he want to get out of, where he's, he may not like being there anymore. He may want to move on. Too many baby mamas in Miami. Got to move to a new place.
Dude, he's got like 17 kids.
He has got a lot of kids. And so I think there's a lot to go into it. November 4th is the trade deadline for the 2025 season. So that does not hit until after week 9 of the season. So you get a good chunk in. They moved it back, last year or the year before? They moved the trade deadline back more. It was around week 6 before that. And teams were like, please let us get a little bit more time to find out if we have to be buyers or sellers. They didn't want to go too far into it because that's when you get teams just fire sailing and other teams trying to pick everybody up. And it's long-term effects, and it's bad for parity. And the NFL is a big league on parity. But if you look at their schedule going, so they open with Indy, they have New England. It's 2 winnable games. Then Buffalo, the Jets, Carolina. Then you go Chargers, Browns, Falcons, and Baltimore would be your games. So you're probably, it's like if you're at that point 6-7 wins, you feel pretty good about yourself. And, Tyreek Hill, maybe we'll try and figure it out. If you're 4 or 5 wins, knowing that you have some harder games in the back end of that schedule, if you're, less than that, he's gone already. But I'm with you. I think that this is, you kind of look at week 9, week 10, and you say, by week 9, where do you think this team's going to be? And are they going to be good enough to keep Tyreek Hill? And I mean, I don't think they will. I think they're going to be an okay team, but I don't know. If you say they're going to lose to Buffalo, they're going to lose to the Chargers, they're going to lose to Baltimore. So that's at least 3 losses, and they'll probably drop 1 or 2 more in there. And Tua's got to be healthy as well. It's a lot of pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 100% with you. If they're struggling, I think he's got to be the first move they make at the trade deadline. I just don't think that he's a fit there, regardless of the situation. I just don't think he's been a fit there.
No, they love speed and all of that, but also at 31, it declines a little bit.
Well, 31, that, and also he's a very small guy, so he's very injury prone regardless.
Yeah.
And Tua, like the reason that he fit in so well in Kansas City was because Patrick Mahomes can throw the ball 90 yards off of his knees, And Tua is just not that guy. He's got an average arm for an NFL quarterback. It's nothing spectacular. He's an accurate quarterback, but he can't hit Tyreek Hill 70 yards down the sideline in stride. So it's just never really worked out there. And that's the biggest strength of Tyreek Hill's game, is just getting past everybody downfield. So I'd be shocked if he was on the team next year at this point, honestly.
Yep, I'm with you on that one. Looking over Trayvon Diggs then. Trayvon Diggs, again, you sit in there. The Cowboys play they have a bye week on the trade deadline week as well. So, I mean, right at it. So whoever they would get on a trade deadline deal would be there. But Trayvon Diggs, it just felt Jerry Jones, and maybe this was just Jerry being Jerry, but how much he dogged Trayvon Diggs in that interview, and it really felt bad that he was digging it. Now, Trayvon Diggs reported he is at this, but we're finding you. We don't like anything. Some players don't take this seriously, and they don't want to be leaders and all this other stuff. With the Deron Bland contract coming up, you're not going to be able to keep Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs. I think they'd much rather move Trayvon Diggs than Deron Bland at this point. However, that goes into now you have to have a healthy Trayvon Diggs to trade, and you also have to have Trayvon Diggs, contract that people want to take on. So it is a little bit harder, but I do think Jerry Jones is the type of guy to just go, screw it, I'll lose the trade. I don't care.
Yeah, I think that there's a 0% chance that Trayvon Diggs is a Dallas Cowboy in 2026.
All right.
I don't think that there's any chance. I think that they're already pissed off at him the way he handled this offseason. I think that they're tired of his constant litany of injuries that he's been going through over the last couple of years. His inconsistencies on the field when he has been healthy have been a big problem for them. I don't know that he's even a fit in this new defense. We'd have to see it to know whether he is or not. But he certainly wasn't a fit in the Mike Zimmer defense. And even when he was a fit in the defense before that with Dan Quinn, he had a ton of lapses and he was super inconsistent. And he'd get interceptions occasionally, but he'd also get burned 2 plays later for a touchdown. So I think that they're tired of just everything that has gone into Trayvon Diggs so far. And the stuff this offseason that he's been doing has just been kind of the final nail in the coffin for him. So I think that Deron Bland is the number one corner for the future of this team. And I think that they're going to cut bait on Trayvon Diggs as soon as they possibly can.
All right. How about another one I'll throw at you? We'll let you, if you have any, you can throw them out as well. I'll throw out one more for you. And then if you have any, we can throw, or I'll keep going for you. What about Kirk Cousins? Kirk Cousins currently still on the Atlanta roster. Currently, just sitting behind Michael Penix, making a bunch of money right now. Let's go look at his contract. Kirk Cousins has a $40 million cap hit this year, $12.5 million signing bonus, 27.5. He has good money still left on this. He still has $57 million the next both 2026 and 2027. They're partially guaranteed money. So he is making really good money the next couple of years. It's partially guaranteed. You can kind of get out of it depending on how much of that Atlanta is willing to somewhat take the hit on. Is part of it. Do they end up cutting him? I don't think they would at this point, but they could have. So I'm not saying next season. There's no way he's on the roster next season. There's just not. But does he end up on another team this season? That is the question with Kirk Cousins.
Absolutely. I'd be surprised if he's not on another team by the start of the season.
I just don't know what team that would be right now that needs a quarterback that bad. Because everyone's kind of got it figured out. I could see it week 3, someone gets hurt or someone's underperforming. Like if JJ McCarthy's not the guy in week 3, like you very much believe he will not be week 3 or week 4, you're like, cool, let's go get Kirk Cousins and let JJ McCarthy get another year under his belt.
Yeah, I would have said Cleveland had that whole thing not happen with them already, where they were kind of going back and forth, and then the deal never got made. I mean, you're probably right. The thing that I'm wondering is every single offseason, every single training camp, every single preseason, there's a massive injury to somebody.
Yeah.
Right. So what if a quarterback, has a non-contact injury in the preseason or in training camp, and all of a sudden he's out for the year? Then, if you're a contending team, like, I'm just going to use a random guy as an example. Let's say Justin Herbert gets injured in LA, and he's out for maybe not even the whole year, but like half the year. LA feels like they can contend right now.
Yeah.
So they're going to go out and they're going to try and find the best guy, and the best guy is Kirk Cousins. I mean, I don't think Kirk Cousins is, a top 10, top 15 quarterback, but he's certainly a serviceable starter that's had success in the past. And even regardless of that, there's going to be a quarterback injury during the regular season somewhere. And the first call that any team makes when they have an injury at the quarterback position is going to be to Atlanta because he's the best possible option.
I was really hoping you were going to be like, let's just throw out a name, Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, that's another one.
Just pull a name out, Aaron Rodgers. Do you want to go a name or do you want me to throw you another one?
You just keep throwing them.
All right. Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews, we know they already have Isaiah Likely as a tight end that they like a lot there in Baltimore. Mark Andrews had his struggles last season. His contract is also kind of at the end of where you can get out of it, so it gives you a little bit more wiggle room for a guy like that. In the right system, in the right place, maybe someone really needs a tight end for a spot that they feel, okay, a veteran tight end can come and get us. Maybe you feel good about that. He is an unrestricted free agent at the end of this year, so you can, you're not worried about future. Do you think Mark Andrews gets traded before the end of the season?
I do, because I think that they likely think that Isaiah Likely is the future at that position. So if they have an opportunity to move Mark Andrews by the trade deadline and get something back for him when they know they're not going to re-sign him at the end of the season, I'd be shocked, honestly, if he doesn't end up on a playoff contending team at the trade deadline that has an injury at the tight end position or just needs to add another weapon.
Yeah.
Like the Cowboys are a team that have desperately needed some production. I'm just using them as an example, but they're a team that's desperately needed
anybody out there.
But they've desperately needed production out of the tight end position for a long time. And if they get to week 9 and Jake Ferguson's still, being super inconsistent and not performing, then what's to stop them for sending Baltimore a 5th round or a 6th round pick in next year's draft to get Mark Andrews for the last few weeks of the season?
No, I'm with you. I think the Cowboys probably should have tried to already make this trade because it just makes a lot of sense. I know they still believe in Jake Ferguson. And by the way, this is the biggest thing to watch in training camp is anyone who looks the best they've ever looked, that guy's on the trade block. That is code for trade block.
Jake Ferguson did have the entire Cowboys camp on pins and needles today because he was playing so well, apparently.
He looks as good as he's ever looked. Like, you will hear at least once in the next 2 weeks, Dameon Pierce looks as good as he's ever looked. That 100% will come out of a Texans camp. It's from somebody. Oh man, I'm just telling you, that Dameon Pierce guy. I mean, maybe Pro Bowler this year. You hear that? It's just usually code for hey, other teams, check out how good our guy is. I think that the Cowboys would be a fun one to look at for him. The Bucs already have a guy, but it would just be fun to have him on the Bucs to play with Baker Mayfield again. It seems like that would be fun. It could be interesting if Atlanta does move Kyle Pitts, then maybe that's a place where you go get him for a season, then you figure it out after that. I didn't go into Kyle Pitts. We know that the question with Kyle Pitts is what's the offer? They're going to keep him until the offer comes in. Kind of is what Kirk Cousins. I just feel like there will be a regular offer for Kirk Cousins at some point this season. I think Kyle Pitts is, everyone's probably going to offer a 6th, 7th round pick for him at this point. Like we don't know if he's even a serviceable starting tight end anymore.
I wonder how much that the Ravens are going to look at Mark Andrews and be like, okay, you've done a lot for us over the last few years, and you've been a good soldier. We really respect you, but we're not going to bring you back next year. We're going to try and get something in return for you. Where is somewhere that you would like to go? And we'll work on this together and find you a home that makes you happy and that we get a decent deal out of. And I bet the first thing that he says is Tampa Bay.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, and I mean, in all reality, that one too is I could see them, I know they've had conversations with him because there was a chance he got cut this season because he makes $16 million. And so there was a chance they're like, there's not a ton of dead cap. If we cut you, we might as well, we can move on from you. And the conversation was, we want to try and figure it out. But again, it goes into camp. It goes into those first few weeks of the season. Is Isaiah Likely just a better guy now? Like, are we using Mark Andrews on less and less plays? They don't want him to go out with a drop. I know they don't want him to go out with a drop for what he did for the franchise. But at the same part, if you're not going to re-sign him and someone's offering something, a 6th-round pick or something, might as well take it and, go with your new guy. And also for him to let him go play somewhere and let him be a part of a team. So it's possible. It's possible. What about Trey Hendrickson? Trey Hendrickson and his holdouts. Does he reach a new deal with the Bengals or is he gone?
I think he's gone. I think that, like, usually when there's a holdout, the player eventually caves and the franchise gives him a deal and he accepts it because he's, that's just what's going to happen. It very rarely does a holdout last into the season very far. But Trey Hendrickson seems like he just doesn't care. Like, he wants what he wants, and if they're not going to give it to him, he's not going to play. He doesn't care about next season, and then he's going to walk into the sunset and go somewhere else and be an elite player.
That is, I mean, it's the Bengals way, man. Just to work, just take all the fun out of football for you. Yeah, when he posted a picture of driving in Florida, that was the sign. Like, dude, I do not care no more. Quick one, Dameon Pierce for the Texans. He's like, they trade him this year, right?
He's traded by the start of the season.
Yeah, they got it. It's what I said. He's gonna look real good. He's gonna look real good, man. Oh, he's in shape. Oh, I just run up hills. He got one of those videos of him running up hills.
Given what's happening with Quinshad Judkins in Cleveland, they're going to need a running back. Send us a 7th-round pick for Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, give us something back for him. He's going to be gone soon anyway as a free agent. So I think they also maybe want to see what Nick Chubb is, because if Nick Chubb is a decent backup running back still, that dude's, then we can let Dameon Pierce go. They maybe just need to make sure there's somebody else on this roster. They don't want to just have one guy. That makes sense.
Especially a guy that's injured right now.
Yes, exactly. All right, interesting one. Does Anthony Richardson, now we're not talking about next season, but this season, does he change teams this season, Anthony Richardson with the Colts? They say Daniel Jones is the guy. Anthony Richardson is now available for one of you teams that maybe has an older quarterback and you're not winning and you want to try something new out. Come off and give us something good and take a shot at another quarterback and give us a 2nd or a 3rd-round pick for him or something. And, that's
pretty spicy for Anthony Richardson.
It is, but he's still, 21, 22 years old? For somebody to take a shot on him and go, well, maybe they just didn't give him any progress. We're going to take him in and we'll give him, a chance to actually do so. We feel like we can develop him better. I think that's so. I mean, maybe it's a 4th, but, I think that he probably had a bigger upside than Trey Lance did. And, so what do you think? Do you think the odds of that, or we're going to play out this thing to the end? And
I think it's a situation sort of similar to Kirk Cousins in the sense that when there's a quarterback injury, they're just going to need to find somebody because they're not going to want to throw out, Cooper Rush or something. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be Baltimore, but like just a backup quarterback that they don't have any faith in. So they could be like, all right, let's just, send a pick to Indy for Anthony Richardson. Let's see what he has. I mean, is this the last year of Anthony Richardson's deal?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe he's 2023, so it should be 4 years, right?
I believe. Yeah. It'd be a 4-year deal. So this is, he's probably heading into his. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But I don't think
he has a 2026 year and then the club option in 2027.
Okay. So I think that it would probably be a team that their quarterback is injured for like a few weeks, not even an entire season. And they just want to kind of figure out a way to, smooth things out for a couple weeks, get a guy in there that maybe they think could help them win a couple games. But I don't think anybody's going to take a shot at him as like a, potential future starter or anything like that. But I don't think he's going to be on the team by the trade deadline. No.
You don't think if the Jets maybe are bad, maybe the Jets go take a shot at him for like a 4th-round pick, or, maybe Jacksonville, if Trevor Lawrence just isn't there or gets hurt again, maybe Jacksonville takes a shot at him. I think that there's a few teams that maybe if they're like, well, the guy's not there and we want to see if we'd rather have this guy and give him an audition for the rest of the season and fine. Well, maybe we don't have to draft another guy. Maybe we get a 4th round pick and we just are a 4th pick overall for a 4th rounder and they just screwed him up and he fits in what we want to do. I think somebody would go for that. Now, maybe the Colts will go, again, they're under new ownership. So is it the new owners say, screw it, we're not giving them up for less than a 1st? No, we're not even going to give you a 2nd. So I think that there could be teams that go down that route and maybe take a shot at him to see what's there. But like the Saints are just awful.
Yeah.
And they're like,
yeah.
it ain't another shock.
The Saints doing anything would not surprise me.
Yeah.
Jacksonville's an interesting one though, also because Trevor Lawrence does have a history of being beat up, and Anthony Richardson's a Florida guy.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something that would pique his interest as well. And they'd be like, all right, well, we'll send you to Jacksonville for a 4th or a 5th round pick. And Jacksonville's like, yeah, sure. Like, we don't believe in Trevor Lawrence anymore because he can't stay on the field. Why not give this guy a shot?
Yeah, because then we don't have to draft somebody and we can immediately start trying to build the next way. And we'll put him with Travis Hunter and Brian Thompson. Maybe we have more weapons and we can get something going. I think that's I think there's enough options that it feels like Daniel Jones is going to be the guy and they're going to try and recoup. And maybe by, if one of these other teams, it doesn't work out, that could be a route somebody goes. Last one. Breece Hall. Breece Hall is in the last year of his deal right now. I do not believe they picked up the club option if they had one. So he will be a free agent at the end of the season. He looked like he was going to be something special. It just never worked out. Is that the Jets? Is that Breece Hall? We know he still has speed and ability. He's only 24 years old right now. It's an interesting one. I just feel like the Jets are just going to let him play out this season and then not re-sign him or try and lowball him. But that feels like a Jets way. And while other teams are probably going to call about him, I don't think they're going to give him up.
Jerry Jones, I am begging you, for the love of God, please trade for Breece Hall.
You won't be able to trade for him until they're bad because they still think they're going to be good.
Sure. But let's say it gets to week 9 and the Jets are 3 and, I don't know when their bye week is. Let's say they're 3-5 or 2-6 or something like that going into week 9.
Their bye week is week 9.
Okay, perfect. That's when the Cowboys bye week is too. So we have an entire week.
No, Cowboys is week 10. So you're
is it?
Same area, yeah. But they would be trading him where the Cowboy, it would work out. It still works.
Yeah. So now the guy's got kind of 2 weeks to get into the system before he's, and the Cowboys are not going to have a good running game. Maybe they finally make a move and trade for Breece Hall. I don't think that it would be very smart for the Jets to trade him because I do think that he is one of the better players on their roster. I'd like to see what they do offensively, how that looks under their new regime, but it's just bad business. It would be bad business to let a guy walk for nothing.
Jets' first 8 games before their bye week: Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Tampa Bay, Miami, Dallas, Denver, Carolina, and Cincinnati. They're not walking out of it above 500.
They might have
not above 500. So he may be available there. He may be available. But then the Cowboys also got to be good through that too, so that they want to get a guy that they're going to have to pay. And Jerry doesn't want to pay anybody. And Breece Hall's going to go, great, I'm going to have a contact talk with Jerry Jones. He ain't going to extend me. No, not happening. Some players that we were talking about, if we think they will end up on the same team because of Tyreek Hill, because of Trayvon Diggs, and we were talking about a little bit about that. So I thought it'd be a little fun experiment to see which guys we thought maybe would move on. How about we hit a commercial real quick, and we will come back and wrap it up with our meathead of the day here. How's that sound, Matt?
Sounds perfect, Patrick.
All right. Be right back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The Lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Were you showing some stuff there? I was looking at my phone.
Yeah, I've heard so much about Altstadt,
nice.
through BK's commercials that I went out and got some, and I have some right here. I'm not going to drink it live on air, but I got a ton of it, and it's freaking delicious. I love it. The Kolsch is fantastic. The Lager is fantastic.
There you go. You go. Gotta love it. Helping, supporting the brands that support us. Always good to see. Let's get to our meathead of the day. I think we've got a few. Look, let's just watch this again before just cleanser. This is the funniest. Oh, that guy right there in the corner, taking a picture. Hat's coming off in the corner. Oh, he's in the water. It's funny every time I watch it. It makes me so happy. The guy doesn't get hurt or anything. He's just steps off into the water. It makes me happy every time. It's a very Browns thing. It's the most Browns thing. How about this one? Mike Vrabel is really trying to train these reporters in New England. I don't know what happened to the reporters in New England. It feels like either Bill Belichick just got everybody to quit or everybody retired after the Super Bowls and Tom Brady, and they're like, we're moving on. I don't know what happened, but apparently the reporters in New England getting on Mike Vrabel's nerves. We played you some from yesterday. This is from today.
What would make a successful training camp for your team at the end of this summer?
Well, if we can remember what the objectives of training camp were, which were, do you remember?
You said no.
No.
That was yesterday. There were 3 things.
Build a team.
Okay.
Remember, Mike? Earn a role. You remember the last one? Prepare to win. You guys are on fire today. We're off to a great start.
There's Mike Vrabel again today. Just having a good old time trying to go after some of these guys for not paying attention. I think he is like, dude, none of y'all are paying attention. This is not the way it used to be when we were winning Super Bowls. We were getting the B team coming out to these. So we gotta pick it up, guys. Pick it up. It's training camp for the press as well, apparently, there in New England.
Yeah, I mean, might as well get the lumps out of the way early, I guess. I love this so much because nothing drives me crazier than a reporter who's not paying attention and asks a question twice or doesn't remember something a coach said 24 hours ago. So I'm all about this. Scorched earth, team Mike Vrabel 100%. Let him hear it. I support it.
And what's funny is like all the reports we heard out of Tennessee of Mike Vrabel, because he comes off as such a hard ass guy, just tough and like, everything about that. And then people were saying after they were really sad he was leaving because they were like, he was really, really nice to the media and he would ask you about your family and he was super nice. And it just feels like this is him kind of doing the like, all right, look, we're going to have a friendly relationship, but I'm not going to be friendly with you if you guys are not caring. If you don't care about this, then I can't help. I can't cross that bridge. So we're going to find out which one of you get what I'm trying to do here in the first couple of days, and we'll build from there. But everything after he left Tennessee was they were like, the side he will not show you on TV or on the field or anything else is that he's a super nice guy. If you have a charity event, he'll donate his time or his money or whatever he can to it. You just heard a ton of great things about him after Tennessee, but it feels like he's maybe trying to shape this press up real quick in New England.
He probably already has a bad taste in his mouth from the Boston area press anyway, because he spent so much time in New England.
Yeah,
they're notoriously harsh, just like New York media. So maybe he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder with that or something.
No, look, Boston radio is something else. Boston radio is just people sitting around having the conversation. So what do you think the Celtics are going to do? Well, if they lose a game this year, then I think what we should do is we should call up and say Luke Cornett for Giannis. It's a fair trade. And you're like, dude, what is wrong? So yeah, glad we're not doing Boston radio. Glad we're not doing that.
Or fake trade rumors about Dak Prescott and the New England Patriots.
Definitely. I've got on good authority. Hasn't happened yet. It's coming though. It's coming. We gotta get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow for more. As we get to Thursday, I'm gonna remember to watch dodgeball. I promise I'm gonna remember to do this. I've written it down now. It's written down. I gotta remember to do it. We'll do that again to our midweek movie review a little past midweek and a whole lot more here on the show. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here for more from Open Gym.